Good morning, everybody, dear participants, dear trustees of Haveli Institute, dear all the participants, dear teaching and non-teaching staff of Haveli Institute, all the dear PhD research scholars, PhD guides, industrialists, the commissioners who are pursuing the PhD in the different UGC universities. I would like to thanks for supporting the international conference organized by Havel Institute of Legal Studies and Research, Silvassa, DNH, and DIU, Daman, India. I would like to hand over, I would like to thank from Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company. I would like to hand over the next session to Nair Madam. Nair Madam, please continue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. Before we formally begin, I kindly request all attendees to please rise for our country's national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Kindly sit down. Nair Madam, thank you.
Thank you,
Nair
sir.
Madam, please do the
Am I
screenshot.
audible, clearly audible and visible to everyone?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Respected Chief Patron Shri Fateh C. J. M. Chauhan, sir, Dr. Shilpa Tiwari, ma'am, I officially seek permission to start live recording of our video of our Zoom meeting. Kindly permit the same.
Permitted.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all respected participants, esteemed resource persons from India and abroad, honorable trustees, our principal, Dr. Shilpa Tiwari, ma'am, and dedicated teaching and non-teaching staff of Haveli Institute of Legal Studies and Research, Silvassa, Dadar Nagar, Haveli, affiliated to University of Mumbai, recognized by Bar Council of India, and accredited with B-graded NAC. Today, we are virtually gathered here via Zoom for the one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on the theme Innovation and Challenges in Multidisciplinary Research, a global perspective on law, technology, and sustainable development. This prestigious academic event is organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Haveli Institute of Legal Studies and Research and is to be held on 29th of June 2025, Sunday from 10 a.m. onwards. We look forward to a day of insightful deliberations, global academic exchange, and meaningful contribution that will enrich our collective understanding of multidisciplinary research. With a great pride, now I take this opportunity to invite our guiding light of this institution, our esteemed chief patron, Sri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan, sir, Chairman of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, to address the August gathering and formally inaugurate today's international conference. So, We are extremely honored by your presence and seek your valuable words of wisdom to commence this academic celebration. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Namaste. Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning,
Very
sir.
good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is one family. With this ancient wisdom, we warmly welcome you to our inaugural international conference. It is an honor to see Havel Institute of Legal Studies and Research, founded just 8 years ago, achieve this milestone. Today, we gather with international speakers, academicians, researchers, and legal experts, marking a significant step in our global academic journey. The overwhelming response of over 100 plus research papers from diverse regions testifies to our institution's growing credibility and academic strength. This conference embodies our commitment to excellence, collaborations, and global dialogue in legal studies. We congratulate our principal. Also, I personally congratulate Lakshmi ma'am, organizing team, faculty, and students for making this vision a reality. We hope this conference fosters meaningful exchanges, lasting academic associations, and valuable contributions to law and allied disciplines. With this, I extend my best wishes for grand success of the conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring and motivating words. Your wisdom continues to shape the path of academic excellence and social commitment at our institution. Now, it is my privilege to invite our dynamic and dedicated leader, Dr. Shilpa Tiwari, ma'am, Principal of Haveli Institute of Legal Studies and Research, whose efforts and guidance have made this international conference a reality. Ma'am, may I kindly request you to share your welcome address and enlighten us with your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi ma'am. Namaste and Jai Hind to everyone. Respected Chief Patron Shri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan, sir, Honorable Trustees of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, distinguished resource person from India and abroad, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir, Dr. Janice Fernandez, ma'am, IQSC coordinator, and my partner, Ms. Lakshmi Nair, ma'am, our respected partner, media partner, Dr. Kishore Wagmare, sir, convener of this conference, Ms. Ekta Tomar, ma'am, HOD BLLB Nirnesh Naidu, sir, all the esteemed faculty members, non-teaching staff, dear students, and all participants. A very good morning and warm welcome to each one of you. It is a moment of great pride and joy for us to host this one-day international online multidisciplinary conference on the theme of innovation and challenges in multidisciplinary research, a global perspective on law, technology, and sustainable development. It is organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Haveli Institute of Legal Studies and Research, and this event signifies a major step forward in our pursuit of academic excellence and global engagement. The focus of this conference, multidisciplinary research, holds the key of solving many of the complex challenges faced by the modern world, whether it is a legal framework for emerging technologies or policies to ensure sustainable development. Collaborative thinking across disciplines is essential. We are honored to have an exceptional group of resource persons and participants from across the globe. Your presence and participation add immense value to this initiative. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Patron, Shri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan, sir, for his visionary leadership and constant support. I also extend sincere thanks to Secretary Shri Kuldeep Singh Mundra ji and all the respected trustees of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust for their unwavering support. A special mention of appreciation goes to our conference partner, Mr. Kishore Vagmare sir, whose association and contribution have significantly strengthened his initiative. His organization, Vagmare Brothers and Group of Companies, has been an active promoter of academic research activities across the India and abroad, from facilitating international research conferences, supporting journal publications, encouraging patent finding, and nurturing scholarly book releases. The Vagmare Brothers Group has constantly demonstrated a deep-rooted commitment to the advancement of education and innovation. We are grateful for their continued support and proud to collaborate with such a visionary group. I also thank Ms. Ekta Tomar, the convener of this conference, for her meticulous planning and coordinating throughout. My heartfelt thanks goes to my IPSC coordinator, Ms. Lakshmi Nair, for leading the efforts with efficiency and grace. To our technical support in charge, Mr. Jesus Colasso, sir, I extend a sincere thank you for ensuring the smooth conduct of this online event. We deeply appreciate your contribution as a valuable part of our committed non-teaching team. To all our teaching and non-teaching staff members, students, scholars, thank you for being part of this academic celebration. Your energy, engagement, and efforts are what drive the spirit of this institution. Once again, I thank everyone present here for being part of this academic endeavor. Let us continue to collaborate, exchange knowledge, and contribute meaningfully to ever-evolving world of multidisciplinary research. Jai Hind and thank you. Now, with that, I warmly invite our convener of this conference, Ms. Ekta Tomar ma'am, to share her thoughts, to share the stats and data of this research publication, and to continue with the proceedings. Over to you, Ekta ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly confirm that I audible or visible to you.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Namaste and good morning to all the respected participants, distinguished resource person from India and abroad, our chief patron, Shri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan sir, esteemed trustees, our respected principal, Dr. Shripat Tiwari ma'am, dedicated faculties and non-teaching staff of Havel Institute of Legal Studies and Research, Silvassa, DNH in Daman, UP, India. It is truly an honor and a moment of pride to address this august gathering at our one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on innovation and challenges in multidisciplinary research, a global perspective on law, technology, and sustainable development. I am delighted to announce that today's conference has been a resounding success with an overwhelming response from scholars and academicians across the globe. We have received over 160 research papers, including valuable contribution from Nigeria and London, as well as more than 125 papers from esteemed Indian universities, colleges, faculty members, and PhD research scholars. Participants include assistant professors, associate professors, and professors from India and abroad, 2 forest officers, and 8 medical scientists pursuing PhD, 18 industrialists, 87 PhD research scholars, and 15 PhD guides. Scientists from Bhabha Atomic Research Center and faculty and students from IIT Powai. Final year BE and ME students and teachers from engineering colleges, 4 vice chancellor from Indian universities, and several retired educators who continue to inspire us with their commitment to knowledge. We are humbled by our enthusiastic participation and deep thankful to each one of you for making this conference a vibrant platform of intellectual exchange and global collaboration. As we reflect on today's theme, let us embrace the power of multidisciplinary research to drive change, inspire innovation, and build a more sustainable and equitable future. Let us also recognize that conferences like this are not just academic events. They are an opportunity to connect, collaborate, and contribute to a better tomorrow. Before we proceed with the keynote addresses, it gives me immense pleasure to warmly welcome our distinguished keynote speakers for today's conference. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir, a multidisciplinary expert with over 21 years of global experience in academia, corporate training, and research, currently associated with the University of Fujairah, UAE. Dr. Kelkar brings rich expertise in accounting, finance, taxation, forensic accounting, and research methodology. We also have Dr. Janice Fernandez, head of the Department of Political Science at St. Xavier's College, Goa, a dedicated academician and a recognized PhD guide. She has been a key contributor to the field of Indian politics and international relations and was recently honored as one of the Time India's Inspiring Women Educator 2024. Now I request Dr. Abhijit Kelkar sir to kindly share their expert view with us. Please, sir.
Kindly continue with Janice Fernandez. Abhijit Kelkar on 11.30.
Okay, sir. So now I request Dr. Janice Fernandez to enlighten us with her experience and with her knowledge. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you to Kishore for the opportunity and to the Institute. Happy to share a few thoughts. Really happy to see the number of participants in the ever-growing field of information. Good morning to you from sunny London. It is 5:54 this morning. Sunrise is at 4 a.m. nowadays. So really bright and sunny, and I think very similar to the weather out there in India. Let me begin by sharing my screen. And I have, could we please enable the participant screen? I have a short presentation, hopefully sharing of thoughts, and happy to see that.
Would you like to share the PPT?
Yes, please.
I just allow you to sharing of PPT. Kindly do it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it is visible. Could you please
Thank you.
make it
Do the
big?
slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll do the slideshow. Hopefully that's
Yeah.
okay.
It is okay. Please continue.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about artificial intelligence, the very hot topic on the global arena. We're talking about perceptions, what people perceive AI to be, and we're going to talk about prompts, which is what AI is going to help us with. So, just a recap of what we will learn today. Hopefully, this will be a very interesting interaction. AI has been at the forefront of my research from a while. I have enrolled into a number of webinars. I learn, speak, and grow, and would like to share what I know about AI today. We're going to touch on, well, I am a librarian. So I work as an academic support manager out here in London. And I'm going to start a little bit with information and information literacy, but I'm going to touch on AI with the perceptions and going to move on to prompt engineering. So here we go. What do we mean by information? Hopefully I can move that down there. So information basically, whether it is an answer to something, whether it is a fact, whether it is an opinion, or whether it is a viewpoint, or an opinion being something that I think is true, a viewpoint being what collective, a group of people think is true, Either way, it's information. The way we forward something on WhatsApp is information, and we are part of that information chain. We live in an information society today, and never lose sight of the fact that when you click on the forward in a WhatsApp, what's the information that you are sending to somebody else? So, a little bit about what information literacy means. You've probably all heard about information literacy in some way or the other. And yet, to understand basically this whole process, so you identify what information is needed, you recognize that need for the information, you find, evaluate, and use information. And I think at all points of time, you are constantly being aware of where this information is taking you. Let's come to how students engage with the library. I'm focusing on the library as an information powerhouse. You could replace the library with any other information powerhouse that you think exists within your own realm of information. But typically in an academic library, especially out here in the UK, we have like an information overload, isn't it? You have an orientation on the first day when the student enters the university, when the student enters your college. So much of information being given to them on the first day. Is it an overload? We are also looking at how students connect with resources, facilities. Is it all online today? Is it just e-resources? Do we still have physical resources? Do students still borrow them? Do students still use them? Is something to think about. And how you can make that information easier to understand, whether it is the library per se or whether it is your institution as a whole. Do you have signage? Do you have floor maps? How do you make that information visible? How do you make the user understand where this information exists? That's where the knowledge transfer happens. Uh, in the UK, the library is a core component of uh, the institution, which I'm sure the NAC says as well. So we're not just ticking a box, isn't it? We are ensuring that there is a knowledge transfer that happens. How do students search for information, and how academicians maybe help students to search for information? Students are using TikTok. I think the trend today is a lot on TikTok. Google, still the favorite, isn't it? And maybe generative AI coming higher up on the list now. If you went to an information professional, the core things that you would understand is how to evaluate a resource. Is it fake news? Is it really an authentic resource? And then how to critically analyze that content. When you search through Google, what are the first 5 websites that come up? Are they sponsored? Are they all from the Western world? Are they predominantly from a particular country? Is there a lot of I don't know, money involved, connections involved? How do people get to the first 5 searches in Google, which are the sponsored ones? What happens to the smaller writers? What happens to people who have really good research, but probably do not come on page 1 of a Google search? That's something to think about. Now that you have a little background of information, let me touch on AI, the burning topic today. I start from ground zero. So the very basic definition of artificial intelligence as being made by human beings, but also the balance between knowledge and skills. There's a very interesting book I read, and if you get a chance to have a look at it, that's The Atlas of AI by Kate Crawford. And Kate Crawford says that current AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. If you have used AI tools extensively, as I do, if you have used Copilot and ChatGPT and some of the other tools like, say, Research Rabbit or Sky Summary or Skype, you would see that it is not as intelligent as we perceive it to be. So AI today is basically just the application of statistical analysis tools. It is just understanding, the system just understands what is the next word that should come. So it's just based on statistics and a lot of machine learning techniques. We need to keep this in mind every time we ask ChatGPT for an answer, and ChatGPT gives you an answer which you think is intelligent. Remember, it is just a sequence of words. ChatGPT hasn't thought it out of its intelligent mind. It's just put a few words together and made a sentence which makes sense. Okay. The knowledge is still with the human, very much. There are, I think, more than 300 AI tools available today. If you try and categorize them into these groups, like tools used for text, for images, for videos, for research, and of course for translation. Tools for translation are really effective, helpful. Tools for text, I think I like Grammarly. And whether you want to use ChatGPT or Copilot. Now, that's something you need to think about, and I will touch on that as we go on. But you could experiment with a number of them. Some of them are free for a short while, and that's the understanding. Things like DALL-E only allows you 2 images. Leonardo just allows you a little bit of change in the free version. So basically, I think a lot of it is payment mode. Let's come to perception. So basically, perception is what I think the AI tool is all about. Okay. I meaning the student, the teacher, and the librarian. So the student perception of AI tools, and I did some research and I put together these 3 perceptions. I have been speaking to a lot of researchers and academicians about it. And I have also been speaking to students about it and trying to verify whether this is their perception of AI. So perception 1 says, why do I need to waste time sitting through a boring lecture when AI can do my assignment for me? Very typically a student, isn't it? And perception 2 says, you have no idea how good I am at using AI tools. No professor or software could ever pick up on it. So what students do is they will create an answer in ChatGPT. They will put it through Quillbot or Jasper and another maybe tool. They will then put it through something like Perplexity or something where there is an AI checker. There is a similarity checker. And then the finished version, nobody can tell it that it's come from AI. And then they submit the assignment. So that's the power of using multiple AI tools. And of course, perception 3. Why do I need to learn citation and referencing when AI will do it for me? So why do we have these perceptions among students? They might have predominantly used Google, but there are a lot of things with regard to academic ethics and referencing. And a shout out to academicians in the virtual room today to please impress upon students this concept of acknowledging where they got the information from. When you use a really nice fancy quote or when you use some statistics, ensure that you are telling the people that it's not my own research, that I have got this research from someone else or somewhere else. We have a lot of international students come here to study at the University of West London, and a number of them being non-English speakers. Predominantly, this is an issue, isn't it? That they tend to move to AI tools. Sometimes low confidence, sometimes anxiety issues. Today, we are increasingly seeing peer pressure as one of those issues for using AI tools. And we have business studies and a lot of students coming from other countries. But just because the friend says, why do you want to struggle with the assignment? Just put it in Chat GPT and you will get your 2000 word essay out. That is peer pressure. I have some statistics that I have got from the HEPI report, the Higher Education Policy Framework report. And it says that 66% of students use AI to explain certain concepts, but 35% are even unaware that AI produces false information. And 53% use generative AI for assessments. Now, that is more than half. More than half of the population is using AI. Those are frightening statistics. And it would be helpful for you to do some sort of a survey in your own institution to find out not only how many people use generative AI, but how they use generative AI. So it's perfectly fine to use AI if you know how you are using it. Typically, a student perception and academic integrity, moving from academic dishonesty to authentic learning. And like I just spoke earlier, if you can see, if you copy the output into an answer, that is academic dishonesty. I am on a number of academic panels where we review the answers that students have sent across. And sometimes it's difficult to find out if they have used AI. But the teacher in the classroom knows the student. And I think that relationship helps to understand whether the student might have used AI. I would say authentic learning goes where you ask the chatbot or you ask the AI tool for key themes, subtopics, how to structure an answer, and then you write the draft yourself. So push on for your students to use AI in that way. I hope you can see this one. So I'm going to move this just a bit. So these are these two images that I created using two AI tools, ChatGPT and Copilot. So I put the same set of instructions. I said create an image just like Google, but use the word SEARCH. Use the same colors. ChatGPT created it for me. Copilot, on the other hand, so Copilot is part of Microsoft and it is part of a more valid or legal or paid version. And Copilot says, I cannot use the same colors that Google uses, but I can create it for you in a slightly different way. You can look at these two images and you can understand the ethics. The systems are also getting ethical. The corporations behind it are also focusing on what we can do and should do. What students think about AI tools, and that's really interesting because students now say that it will reduce the teacher's workload for answering questions. Have we given students that impression that asking a question or asking a doubt is taking too much of the teacher's time, and students are moving on to another system for asking questions? It might be fine to get information from other sources as long as it is authentic information. There is a lot to do and a lot of research that has been done, and there is a link, and you can look at that journal article, and there is a lot of information in that as well. So what can be done about it? Just pushing on for all academicians, whether you come in the form of a teacher in a classroom or a parent at home, you are in the information transfer chain. So introduce AI tools, explain advantages and disadvantages, explain about hallucinations. So hallucination is something where the AI tool creates information because it doesn't want to displease you. If you ask AI, is the sun square? It will say it is. Then if you ask AI, is the sun round? It will say it is. And if you ask it, why did you say square earlier? Well, I didn't want to make you sad. I wanted to please you, basically. So try these things with AI. It's really interesting. I've tried a lot, and what I always say is at the end is don't lie or don't create information or don't hallucinate. And then the AI goes back and says you were correct. Try some of these things. I do a lot of it. So it's really interesting to see where that information is coming from. Talk to students about evaluating the source and the content of the information. Where is this information coming from? Is it a website which was created 20 years ago? So much has changed until then. And talk about the university guidance on AI. You know, I was sitting at a workshop where we are just about to start a new course. So we're starting a master's in research on cancer therapy. Some of the books that were on that list that the head of the department was proposing were written 4 years ago. And the externals on the panel said, for a topic like cancer, that is old. You can imagine how quickly information changes, and we need to be at the top of the game. So when AI tools or when ChatGPT gets you that information, you don't know where it is getting it from and how old it is. This and the next slide are two things that I talk to in class. So I do a lot of teaching in class. My lectures are very well attended because I'm focusing on diverse phenomena, on diverse ideas. But this is one of the classic things that I normally say. Uh, 50 students in a class, ask them to put your assignment question in ChatGPT, get out the answer, copy that answer into Microsoft Word, and then examine it. Does everyone have the same answer? Is it very repetitive? Is it an old thought? Uh, when the teacher will read those 50 assignments, what will really be the output of that? On the other hand, what you can do is look at assessment criteria and marking schemes. Think about putting in some statistical information. So, can you get some graphs from a database, from a statistical database, like say Mintel or Statista? Can you get something which is more current? Can you interview somebody and put that information in? And then can you distinguish between information and fake news? Let's move to teachers' perception of AI tools, okay? And teachers typically think that we will know when students use AI. The images I have used are hardly what is a teacher's perception. Are we reduced to this role of an AI policeman where we have to check assignments and just see whether it is coming from the human mind or from a system? And this understanding of AI is here to stay, so students are going to use it. How are we going to nudge them into using it ethically? Some of the things that teachers are worried about is integrity, but also a loss of skills. I will tell you something. There's a concept called filter bubbles, and you can research this. So it's called filter bubbles and echo chambers. And typically, if I am, say, if I like a particular color or a particular brand, I will keep getting recommendations just for that brand. Okay. You typically see it in shoes or in Amazon shopping, things like that. What happens if it is about thoughts? So, for example, if I like a particular thing, I will only get recommendations about that. And going forward, you are creating a generation of people who only have one view. What happens to the opposing view? I don't like people who have an opposing view. Are we thus building a different global society? Where is this recommendation taking us? These are things to think about, friends. Sometimes we are happy because when I'm shopping on Amazon for shoes, it's telling me socks, and then I'm buying the shoes and the socks, but I'm just buying those shoes, and then slowly gets narrower and narrower. The idea that there is a lot of information out there, but try and think about this concept of filter bubbles and what it is doing to society. There's also this divided opinion, and if you ask the lecturers in your college, how many oppose AI, how many think students must use AI, can use AI, and this confusion between right and wrong. And unfortunately, whether it is out there in India or here in the UK, there isn't really a standardization for AI policies, sadly. In the UK, we have as many policies as we have institutions. Everyone has a very different barometer. And a little bit about how academics can prevent plagiarism. So obviously, try and make your assignments more open, more original. We have in the UK a lot what is called as practice-based research. So you do something and then write about it. Write about the whole process, a lot like journaling. So the creative subjects all have journaling. Obviously, law is very rigid in terms of the where it gets the cases from. But even for that, we have all seen. I mean, I think it's all over the internet where AI was used by lawyers to and wasn't really a very good story. But definitely ideas from AI are always welcomed. I'm trying to present both sides of the story. So you don't think that I am anti AI. I am careful AI, if that's how it should sound. A number of challenges that academics face. I don't know if you've read very recently, there is a student who is suing the teacher because the teacher used AI to correct the paper. Put the assignment through an AI tool and said, how many marks should I give this assignment? It's going from one end of the spectrum to another. So the teacher is blaming the student and the student is blaming the teacher. Where are we in this whole AI play? Do you think that this novelty of AI will fade away? Do you think it will be replaced by something newer? Because a couple of years ago, we didn't know AI. Our students were doing assignments handwritten, which gradually, I think during the pandemic, moved on to online assessments, online submissions. It's now into AI. Is it going to be replaced by something newer? I'm not going to touch on the librarian's perception of AI tools because I don't know how many in the room are librarians, but something that is a very strong perception among academicians might be that it's not in my job description. Think about it. Do we shy away from AI only because we think it's not in my job description? Some things that you can do: learn, teach, and develop. Okay, think about this. Try and develop an AI guide just for students. And there are lots available on the internet you can look at. The University of Sheffield has a very good AI guide. The University of Westminster has one. They explain in detail about generative tools through text, through short videos, through a quiz, through a workshop. Try and look at those things. A lot of it, I think, is disseminating the correct knowledge. Basically, that's what Ranganathan's base was, isn't it? Ranganathan, the father of library science, says right information to the right user at the right time in the right way. Let me move from perceptions to prompts. And this is very informative. I'm sure a lot of you have experimented with this, and a lot of you are using really good prompts. So, prompt is basically the question that you put to the AI tool, the question that you put to ChatGPT. That's the prompt. It's typically like sometimes you have a student come to you and say, I need help. Question one. Then you say, okay, what help do you need? Then the student comes and says, I need help in this subject. Okay, what help do you need? It goes back and forth, isn't it? Are we doing that with the system? Or are we just putting a question which is complete in itself? So basically, prompt engineering is just asking a correct and complete question so that you will get the answer that you need at one shot. Sometimes with online tools, we just abandon them and we say it is not working correctly because it's not giving you the answer that you need. But you need to realize that you have to ask the correct question in order to get the correct answer. So there are a number of strategies. And if you can see the image here, this image has been created through Copilot. And I have given a very detailed prompt to Copilot to create that image. And I said, these are the names of the strategies, and I want it flying out of a laptop, and I want it in different colors. And if you explain in detail, you get the output. So some of the prompt engineering strategies and how you can work with the system. Now, AI is something pretty new. We don't really understand how it works. It's very different from using Google because Google, if you ask a question to Google, it gives you a list of websites. You then select what website you want, you go inside it, it might have more links, and that's how you're going in the information chain. AI isn't the same. So let's look at some of these AI prompts and how it works. A multi-shot prompting is question and answers where there's a structure. So the system learns of your examples. So I've put an example here, and if you see that, if you tell the AI tool, this is how you create a one-line summary. Now summarize this. So if you say, I want the output like this, and now do this. So that's how you are teaching the AI tool. The other one is a chain of thought. I'm just going to run you through all of these. There is a lot of information available on the internet on this. So please experiment as we go forward. So chain of thought is easy for mathematics. These are questions that we learn in school as children. But then if you want the AI to teach this to people at their own pace, this is how it goes. You sort of think about it step by step. So John is older than Alex. Alex is older than Ben. Who is the oldest? So how is the logic? So the logic that goes is what we call chain of thought prompting. Then there is an iterative prompting, which I like. So it's like an inverted triangle. You start with broad and then go narrow and narrower. So I put a question as explain the weather patterns in India, explain how weather patterns are affected by climate change. So focus on how climate change affects the weather in India
Excuse me.
using recent examples.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Yeah.
Other participants who have opened those video, kindly put your video, some of the doing the shopping, some of the some sleeping, reflecting in your video. Please off your video. Thank you. Janice ma'am, please continue.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm sorry if this sounds a lot technical and might not be interesting to everyone, but remember, AI is here to stay, and the information that you get from conferences like these are things that will help to build your knowledge base. You will have the next generation talking to you about AI, and it would be very awkward if you didn't know a good answer to that. So negative prompting, to continue, negative prompting is specifying what the model should not do. So for example, I'm saying do not find journal articles, say in research, where the patient is below 5 years old. Or do not give me statistics about the number of deaths when you are talking about the symptoms of cancer. And one thing that I mostly put is do not hallucinate. So that improves the quality of the output. And there are prompting frameworks, which are sets of strategies for design prompts. And this image, as you can see, has also been created by AI. I have given the same set of instructions. There is an RAIR, rare framework for prompting, that says, for example, what is your role? So always when you talk to AI, begin by defining who you are. You don't have to give personal details. Please don't give your name or your job role or where you live or where you work, because AI is going to keep that stored. But give more generic information, like I am a student studying this, and this is what I want. And don't give me this and give it to me in this format. That's how you should be talking to AI. Remember that the AI is storing all your data, all your information. So no names or telephone numbers or any other personal information. Another framework is the clear framework, which tells you, for example, I am a teacher in an arts college in Jalgaon. So create an academic report for whatever, compare graduation statistics and suggestions for improvement. And why do you need this academic report? I need it for a governing body, I need it for NAC, I need it for an audit. Obviously, at the end, you have to check the report yourself. There always has to be a human element in any AI. Don't submit anything without looking at it yourself. And you can put things like, I want it in 1,000 words, I want an introduction and conclusion, I want a graph, I want a table, things like that. Another one is the prepare framework, and I like this one because it's really more detailed, and it helps you to break down the steps. So this is what is interesting. How you write to the tool, to the AI tool, is how you will get the output. So what do you want? How you want it? What it should avoid? What it should add? You can put your role as act as a science teacher, which is very generic and is not giving the AI tool any personal information. But you can also say, write in 250 words, write for students of class 7, take information from the curriculum or from a government paper, things like that. It's the last couple of slides, but the important ones. Now, this is me talking to you and not the AI tool talking to you. What prevents us from experimenting with AI? What prevents us from this? Do we say that we have no time? A very common thing, isn't it? Technology is growing faster than I can understand. Confusing. Not in my job description, or no monetary gain from learning about AI. To all of you out there, the 118 participants of this conference, be adventurous. Find out what AI tools are available at your university. Copilot will definitely be there because it is part of Microsoft. And if you pay for Microsoft, then Copilot is free with that, a really good version of it. ChatGPT is free. Talk to students and academics, experiment. You can put a research paper and ask it to summarize it for you. If you use Google Notebooks and you put a research paper, Google Notebooks creates a podcast where you have a man and a woman talking about the research paper. So it's easier to understand and it tells you what the research paper is all about. So share knowledge and best practices and strengthen your own ideas and views. This is something that you can all do, and I have experimented. Go to any AI tool, tell the AI tool, create an image of a watch showing whatever, 325, 425. The AI tool will always create an image of a watch showing 1010. Do you know why? It's because that's what it was trained on. If you go to any watch shop, all the clocks that are there always have this 1010 because it's more like a smiling face. So the AI tool doesn't know any other time. It will always create this image. Try this out. It's really interesting. I tried some stuff where I asked, create an image of an academic support manager. It gave me a female version. I said, create an image of a manager. It gave me a male version. There is a lot of bias in the AI tool because what information it has been fed in is what is fed out. Okay? So things to think about. Uh, Google uses Gemini, which is its AI tool. Microsoft uses Copilot, which is its AI tool. They're very different. Are you AI and information literate? Talk to students about things like these. Like I said, question the past structures behind information production. Who is creating the knowledge? Where is this information model being trained? Has it been trained in the US? Is that it's predominantly the US, so it's predominantly information from there. Do you have an AI tool that's been created in your country which uses your knowledge base? Uh, does it include diverse sources? Lots of things to think about. This is just one example of how you can ask the student, show the student how to spot a hallucination. So as you can see this example, this looks very valid, but if you click on this link, it does not exist. And if you find things like that, it's interesting to go and see this. The name of the journal looks very correct, but it does not exist. The digital object identifier does not exist. The topic looks good, but if you go, it doesn't exist. So that's a hallucination. That's what AI has created by itself. Create your own value and impact. Be an AI champion at your institution. I am hoping to inspire you. Couple of tools that I like to use on AI. One is Grammarly. There is a free version. It's very helpful. The other one is Goblin Tools. Try all of this. I hope you're taking down somewhere the names and that you are going to experiment with it. But it's really interesting. And create guidelines, raise awareness, collaborate with other institutions, and a continuous professional development. Just a snapshot of Goblin Tools had been created for neurodiverse people, for people who are anxious. Basically, creates those frameworks for you, and then you can work through those frameworks. So, do experiment with this one. Just funny phrases of AI, but something like a tortured phrase. Botastic, robo-babble, and artificial ignorance. So lots of things going forward. I think AI is here to stay. We have to make our peace with it. We have to learn more about it, and we have to use it ethically well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here today. I hope you all have an amazing conference and a lot of exchange of information and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you.
We are truly honored to have you with us today. Moving forward, at this juncture, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to Professor Ushe Grain Amatrom, Abia State University, Nigeria, Dr. D.K. Kamble, Deputy Registrar, Rani Chennamma University, Karnataka, Dr. Sanjay Chandralal Premchandani, and all the volunteers who extend their full support to make this event possible. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to announce the inauguration of the e-journal of today's international conference. All the selected articles will be published in a peer-reviewed international journal and also compiled as chapter in an ISBN publication, a testament to the academic merit and lasting value of the work shared here. I would like to extend a special word of gratitude to Sri Wagmare brothers, our esteemed partners and supporters, whose consistent commitment to academic and research development has been truly commendable. From organizing global research events to facilitating patents, book publications, and scholarly journals, the Wagmare brothers group of companies stand as a beacon of academic empowerment and visionary leadership. Founded on principle of integrity, quality, and innovation, the Wagmare Brother Group has continuously inspired academic institutions like ours to strive for excellence. Their contribution to today's conference reinforces their mission to promote knowledge, support education, and foster research across disciplines. With immense respect and appreciation, I now invite the Wagmare Brothers team to kindly upload and officially inaugurate the e-journal of our international conference. Let this publication stand as a legacy of today's collective academic spirit. Before we move ahead, it is with great pleasure that I now invite a respected partner, scholar, and academic supporter, Mr. Kishore Wagmare sir, to kindly launch the e-journal of this international conference, which contains a rich compilation of peer-reviewed articles submitted by our esteemed participants from across the globe. Sir, your continued support for research, innovation, and academic excellence is truly commendable, and we are honored to have you guide us through this milestone moment. May I now request you, Mr. Kishore Wagmare sir, to formally inaugurate the e-journal and take over the next technical session. Over to you, sir. Jai
Thank
Hind.
you. Thank you. Already the e-journal have been uploaded on our Zoom meeting room. The name of the journal, Journal of Research and Development, a multidisciplinary international level refer and double-blinded peer review open access journal. International standard serial number 2230-9578, May 2025, volume 17, issue 6, column 2. This e-journal will be available online on the website of Journal of Research and Development, a multidisciplinary journal level, refer and double-blind peer review open access journal. Approximately 85 plus papers will be incorporated in that. Presently, we have just incorporated a little bit 15 AR 20 something. You can see that here. Here are the name of the persons who have contributed the research paper in our international conference. Other more than 85 articles will be incorporated in these e-journals. Remaining all the journals articles will be published in Scopus, UGC backdated, Scopus backdated, International Standard Book Number, that means a chapter in book, and some of the peer review. Thank you for that. Thank you, madam. Please continue. Please continue, madam. Over it. Over to you. Thank you.
Sir,
Yes, please continue.
shall I call Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir?
Abhijit Kelkar, yeah, please.
Yes. Now, humbly request Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir, to kindly share their expert view with us. Please, sir. First, I want to share some information of Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, a multidisciplinary expert with over 21 years of global experience in academia, corporate training, and research. Currently associated with the University of Fujairah, UAE, Dr. Kelkar brings rich expertise in accounting, finance, taxation, forensic accounting, and research methodology. Please, over to you, sir. Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning.
Sir, good morning.
Thank
sir.
you. Good morning. Namaskar,
How are you,
Kishore
sir?
ji.
How are you?
Absolutely fine. Fine. Great pleasure
Yes,
seeing you
yes.
after a long time.
Yes, sir.
And
Nice,
thank you
nice to
so
see you,
much.
sir.
Yeah, same here. So at the outset, I would like to thank Shri Wagmare brothers for inviting me. Of course, the special thanks to the Havel Institute of Legal Studies and Research also for
Thank
giving
you,
this
sir.
opportunity, because it's always been a great pleasure to share the views and thoughts. I won't say I am here to give some knowledge as such, because we are all in the learning phase. Everyone is a learner only. I'm just going to share with you a few experiences of mine, with some views of mine. Some of this you may agree, some of this we might disagree when it comes to different perspectives. But before that, I would like to thank Dr. Jenis also, because hearing Dr. Jenis has always been a pleasure. I have always been keenly listening to what she has been saying, and really the fact, friends, that what she has said, a word and word, is definitely genuine and real one, and it is practiced in fact, in reality. Because nowadays, with the AI tools and all these things, it has become quite easy for anybody to become a researcher. To become a researcher is not a difficult task now, but to maintain your degree, dignity, quality as a researcher has become the most difficult thing nowadays. Otherwise, system is there to help you, and that way she is the one who is to be troubled always by all of us. Yani not her as such, but her designation, because library persons are the resource persons for us, to give us the access to all the softwares and whatever hard copy format material, whatever you need. And that is the reason why perhaps I was hearing to, or I was just going through our all PPTs, and absolutely nice presentation as usual. But really it's a need of an hour to recognize all these things. And on this note, let me just start today. I'm just going to have the overview of the research trends, and basically the role of AI and all related things in the research. Now let me tell you honestly, today, if you see yourself as a researcher, some of you I can see from the participants list, those who are pursuing PhD, those who have already passed and cleared, those who are having doctorate, some of you are going for the second doctorate or something like that sort of. But in the role of the researcher, when I see the emerging role of the researcher as such, first and the foremost thing which I have noticed here, which I would like to emphasize here, is this is the battle between value system and, I would say, value showing by you as a researcher. The main reason being value system, in the sense, nowadays everything is done by the research, by the AI tools. But when it comes to us, the value system only works. The value system of ours, the self-conscious of ours should be working in order to show to the world at large that how you are as a researcher. Because if I want to show the others my quality of research, perhaps I can enhance that very nicely and very easily with the help of AI tools. But when it comes to present those my research contributions, when it comes to share them with the world at large, when it comes to convince the world at large that whatever your findings and conclusions you have come up with, perhaps they are smart enough to understand how in depth and width you have performed your research. And that is the reason why I said in the beginning, it is very simple to become a researcher nowadays, but it is very difficult to sustain or to maintain the quality of you being as a researcher, or perhaps more appropriately, I use the word genuine researcher. And you can imagine, friends, before COVID, how many of us were aware of Teams? How many of us were aware of Google Meet? How many of us were aware of Moodle? How many of us were aware about online assessment, online different patterns of continuous internal evaluation, which we perform for our students? Perhaps many of us were not, but the situation, the scenario, the overall conditions forced us to get acquainted with the advanced use of technology, and now it has become a part and parcel of our life. Perhaps if you ask me, AI is not at all a new tool. AI has been in practice before 1950 also. Believe me, if you really Google it out, because recently we have developed one program in AI and business analytics for our university. And during that time, we have developed so many courses in the sense subjects for this. While developing the syllabi, we explored a lot as far as AI is concerned. So there were many new things which I also came to know about AI. Even though we all perceive that AI is a new tool, AI has been in practice for so long. It is only, we have started using it so commonly just in the since recent past, and that is the reason why we should be taking care of all these tools. Now, Turnitin is typically a software which generally most of the people are using. Turnitin have got these, I mean to say, these Turnitin features have got one very salient feature, I would say, in the form of detecting the AI content in your plagiarism. How much is the total plagiarism, and along with that, how much is the AI content. But believe me, there is a copy leaks also, which is similar to Turnitin. Many institutions or many universities are going for copy leaks also. Whether it is Turnitin or copy leaks, the reason why I'm sharing this information with you is nowadays all of us are in the race of publishing our articles and research contributions in the Scopus indexed. And Scopus indexed journals have got high level peer reviewing. Not only peer reviewing, I mean to say scrutiny in terms of AI content, overall plagiarism, how much how much is done by technology and how much you have done genuinely. So they will do their best in order to find out the genuineness and the authenticity of our work. And that is the reason why perhaps if we are using AI as a tool, let AI assist us. Let AI facilitate some of the processes for us, but let AI not do the research for us. That is the mantra of the day, which I would like to share with you. Because nowadays universities are paying a good attention because many of our university students are being given the assessments which are online. So when you are supposed to come up with some write-up or report which you are supposed to submit, of course, I come to know what is the AI content, and students also know. Let me give you a brief, very small example. If ChatGPT has created my PPT, Copilot or Copilot can easily take out all the AI content from that. So it will be with the 0% plagiarism, 0% AI content, everything. But I didn't do anything out of it. 100% it is done by the technology only. So such kind of things are coming up, and there the value systems come, but you can easily detect, you can easily catch the person who is the presenter, genuineness or authenticity. When it comes to the presentation, you will immediately come to know how far the work is being done by him or her and how far the system has done that. And that's why I said, to be on a safer side or to be on a proper professional side, we should avoid AI doing the work for us. It should facilitate, it should assist, it should make our work easy, it should make our work within less time. Yani in time and cost constraints, let AI help us, no problem. Of course, we should take utmost help from AI. But if AI is doing our research only, if AI is doing entire thesis of mine, if AI is doing the entire presentation of mine, perhaps where am I leading? Which value system I am following? That is the big question. So with this, I hope you will get some inputs out of this, because always keep it in mind, whenever there are tools to cheat the system, there are tools to detect the cheating also. So that is the reason why, in order to, if we don't want to enter into this Tom and Jerry race, it is always better, it is always professional, and it is always advisable on our part to become a true and genuine researcher and let AI just help us as us. AI should not be in the driver's seat. We should be in the driver's seat. AI should help us as technology. That's the only thing. So let me just share with you a small presentation which I'm going to share with you, how our research should be nowadays. Kishorji, I hope I have got the rights to present. I can present. Kishorji, I hope I can present. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're absolutely audible.
Yes, sir.
Now is it visible? Yani,
Yes,
you can
sir.
see
Yes,
this
sir. We
presentation?
can see your presentation.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So, this is the beginning, with which we should start. Basically, you have to hit the target, and you don't know when you are going to throw that arrow. We really don't know whether it is going to hit the target, the innermost circle, because research is such a vast field, such an open-ended and to a certain extent vague field, that unless and until you are sure about what you are doing, what you are going to achieve, how you are going to achieve that, and basically what is the value addition to the research community, what is the value addition of your research. Because if I do something which has got no appeal, which has got no acceptance, because see, nowadays, today is the world of innovation. Innovativeness is more important. There is a difference between being innovative and being marketable, right? More creativity supported by marketing is innovativeness. We don't want only creativity, because only creativity will not suffice the purpose. I have done some research on some topic which is of meager interest to anyone else. What is the use of that research? Because nowadays everything is cost bound. So whenever I'm going to have more time and cost for my research, perhaps that research should contribute to the entire research fraternity. The research should give some concrete deliverables or outputs, and some research contributions of yours should be beneficial to the other researchers, rather than doing it only for there is no hard and fast rule of the topic of the research. It's up to you. But then perhaps for your own hobby, if you are going to do the research, that's no problem. But hitting the target properly, you need to have the research topic or area which is commonly acceptable, which has commonly got marketability, and which is more of a combination of being innovative also, creative also, and so on and so forth. So hitting the target is very important thing, what you select. Because try to understand, if your research is really interesting, industries are there, corporate sector is there to sponsor your research, but they should find something interesting in it, connect in it, and something which is worth, which they can take away after you finish your research. Otherwise, your research has got no interest by anyone else. That is what the scenario is. Especially after COVID's, post-COVID, the perspectives of the corporate sectors, or I would say the research funding authorities, have changed a lot drastically. Now, the second one, symbolic picture, it shows there are different ways which one to go for. Yeah, right? So let me tell you, friends, stick to your area of operation, because nowadays I have seen the trends in the university wherein people are submitting the research contributions which are of no use, which are far from their expertise, which are far from their area of expertise, which are far from their area of operation. Cross functional research is definitely advisable, it is welcome, but the thing is, if I start doing the research along with the chemical engineering team of my university, perhaps it's of no use unless and until it has got some finance element, some auditing element, some general management element. If I belong to finance, or if I belong to, more appropriately, I would say business administration, perhaps my cross-functional research could be with HR, marketing, or finance, or general management, or to a certain extent with IT. But if I start collaborating with engineering team, petrochemical engineering, or perhaps mechanical engineering or electronics engineering, unless and until the topic is inclusive of, or topic is including some content which is of my area of specialization, yani for example, financial viability, financial feasibility of the electronics circuit developed by some team, wherein they are going to play the role of being electronics domain experts, and I am going to play the role of, as a researcher, I'm going to play the role of expert in financial implications of that development of the model, marketability of the same, and so on and so forth. It is justified. But purely technical, which has got nothing to do with me, but being my friends, I just requested them, and one of the 4 or 5 researchers or authors of that research paper, my name is also published, and I have got peer-reviewed publication. Believe me, international assessments are not done on the basis of the number of research publications you have. Of course, the quantity, the numbers play the vital role, but where you have published, what has been your publication destination, which is the area of your publication, peer-reviewed, Scopus indexed, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Believe me, there are many HEIs, higher educational institutions, wherein Q3, Q4 are also not assessed. And if your research is in Q3, Q4, perhaps they are not going to even look at it. Q1, Q2 only, that's it. To that extent, people are strictly following, or stringent rules are being practiced when it comes to the assessment of the research. So first and the foremost thing, while choosing your path, please keep it in mind, whether as PhD aspiring student or PhD completed also, even if you are a PhD holder, still as a researcher, we should strictly confine ourselves to our own area, our own domain. And if you want to go ahead with the cross-functional research, nobody stops you, but ensure that your topic has got clearly defined role for your domain and you as a researcher. Otherwise, it will be merely perceived by the assessors as one of your collaborations with your friends. That's it, nothing else. That is why choose your path wisely. Remember a few things before research procedure starts. Connect with the practical oriented approach. Of course, it has to have the practical oriented approach, because many a times we get some research outputs which have got no relevance in practice, which cannot be implemented, which has got no mapping, no connect with the practice. And that is the reason why practical oriented approach is, yes.
Kindly do continue your lecture up to 12:30.
Okay, yani another 45 minutes. So no problem.
Yes,
45 to 50 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so connect with the practical oriented approach. That is the most important thing which you need to take into considerations. Then only problems description not expected, probable solutions or prescription often expected. Of course, when we go to the doctor, if the doctor diagnoses our problem and just tells us bye-bye, then it won't serve the purpose. He is the one who is not, he or she is the one who is not going to describe merely, but to prescribe as well. So obviously your findings and conclusions Of course, there are recommendations and suggestions, but believe me, as you know, industry assesses our research for sponsoring, or any research assessment authority in terms of the accreditation authority or the your own college research council or research cell, wherever your research is going to get published, or any peer reviewed or even Scopus Q1 Q2 journal, they are going to keenly look at four things. Number one, what were your objectives? Number two, what methodology, what was your research design overall? Number three, your findings and conclusions. And number four, your recommendations and suggestions. And if there is any logical, orderly connect between these four, then only your research, because otherwise my objectives were in one direction, my findings and conclusions were altogether in different direction, what I'm going to recommend is altogether in third direction, perhaps there is a disconnect. So what statistical tools you have used, how you are artistically or attractively you are presenting your research, these are the things which have got some weightage, but not the major weightage. Major weightage is what was your research, what were your research objectives, what was your how many hypotheses you had, whether if it is hypothesis based or quantitative research, if you have, how many of them were made. You know, many researchers, that's why I'm telling friends, it's the battle between value system and creating the value in the eyes of the, you know, outsiders, or creating the value in the eyes of the society. It's up to you to decide, because I have got many such examples which we our PhD students of our university or some of our colleagues also have done that we had some objectives, and during the analysis of the data, statistical tools when we used, we came to know that, oh my god, not a single hypothesis is getting, you know, all are getting rejected only. And it is generally uncommon, even though it can be I can tell you many research papers, good research papers in Q1 journals of Scopus Index, wherein all the hypotheses were rejected. Now, all the hypotheses are rejected, yani there are only two logical outcomes. Number one, either you have not done your data analysis correctly, or number two, while setting up the hypothesis itself, you were wrong. That is the only logical things which come to our mind. But believe me, hypothesis getting proven or yani accepted or rejected has to be by chance, not by choice. And many researchers do that, you know, first they will analyze the data, see how many hypotheses are getting proven, and based on whatever your results which you already have, you will go in a reverse way. Thereafter you will keep the hypothesis in order to show to the world at large that, see, out of 4 or 5 hypotheses I had, 3 are already accepted. How great research I have done, which is not really a good practice at all. But many a times system also helps you to do that, and many a times people are doing that, which is not really good practice. Let your hypothesis get rejected outrightly, but selection or rather acceptance or rejection of hypothesis has to be by chance. It has to be purely based on genuinely what has been the result. That's it. But don't go for hypothesis data analysis first and keeping your hypothesis baded. That is something which is not really advisable. Not really advisable means ethically it is completely wrong thing, because then you are having your planned research. You first want to present your research, you have decided your direction, you have decided your findings, conclusions, and now in order to show some dust, throw some dust, you are going ahead with your objectives. No, it has to be objectives followed by your, you know, hypothesis and the typical research flow which you have to follow as per the diagram. Only problems description, not expected solutions, of course. Mapped outcomes of research with overall industry or sector, a real value addition, you know, for the industry. Basically, as I told you, we have to attempt, we have to try. Believe me, there are universities, there are accreditation authorities who look at how many of your research outputs or research contributions were sponsored. How many were sponsored by the industry? Because the moment you get sponsorship, either from the government or from bank or from the industry or from any NGO, whatever it may be, but whenever your research gets sponsored, automatically it carries some good weight, because I am the one who has been given some funds by somebody else who is interested in me doing that research rather than me doing on my own. So that obviously sponsored research is a very good practice. But if you really want to gather that appealing feature to your research getting sponsored or worth considered to be sponsored, then definitely it has to have the mapped outcomes with some interest to the sponsoring authority. Nobody is going to spend money on our research without any cause. No way. They are going to spend on it with the ROI concept, return on investment. If I invest in this research, from these findings and conclusions, am I supposed to get some knowledge which I can use and out of my future costs? So obviously, the guy who is going to finance our research is definitely having some purpose or objectives behind it, not merely as a social service. So it's none of our business to look at that perspective of sponsorer, but to get the sponsorship should be our objective in our research. Then old wine in new bottle, gone are the days. Believe me, there are many researchers who do such kind of things. Say, for example, let me give you an example. Financial shenanigans. Shenanigans means frauds. Financial shenanigans in corporate sector. Analytical review. This is the first research paper. Second one, corporate frauds. Emergence of corporate frauds or journey of corporate frauds. Basically, you have got one cooked food available. Based on that, you are just going to add some gravy. You are going to just garnish it along with the coriander leaves and grated coconut. It's not going to help, because ultimately it is going to come in your total research contributions, and the assessor will easily be able to understand that one theme this person had got, and based on that he kept on dissecting one by one branch in order to portray as a separate research which he or she has done, which is not a good practice. So even if you want to dissect your own research, if your research area is so vast or open-ended, you can have several publications out of that, but uniqueness has to be there. Old wine in the new bottle, same research output, same little bit of the refinements, do it and finally present it, submit it. No, people are going to look at it very seriously. So gone are the days. Old wine in the new bottle, not required at all. You have to have the new, unique, fully developed, newly done kind of outputs. Creativity and innovativeness, no more crucial, but the major prerequisites for the acceptability of research. Already I have spoken on that. Bombarded with the data, analysis, statistical tools, and huge amount of tables, diagrams, understandability and usability more crucial. Please try to understand, everyone is not a statistician. The person who is going to see, as a common person, when I am going to read, as a common person, forget that I am a researcher or I have done some research or I do use the statistical tools usage in my research. Forget about it. As a layman, as a common person who has got no idea of what is research, I just get one paper. What am I going to look at it? Simple. What this person has chosen, what this person has found out, and what this person is going to recommend or suggest, what is ultimately his or her contribution, what am I going to get out of his research. That is the only I would say perspective as a layman, as a common man. Nobody is interested in but instead of t-test, why you didn't go for z-test? That would have been, ANCOVA would have been more. Cluster analysis is not the correct one for this. How many of them know really that how many statistical tools are there, whether your data was parametric or non-parametric, whether you were supposed to go ahead with the this kind of test or that kind of. Yani, please try to understand, I'm not going to take away the credit of statistics. Of course, statistical tool usage is inevitable if the good research outputs have to come. But more often, people think that if I bombard my data, if I bombard my research paper with only huge amount of statistical tools and diagrams and this value, perhaps P value, T value, Z value, this is less than the table, so hypothesis 1. You are trying to confuse the readers. Our purpose as a researcher is not to confuse the readers, but to give them some knowledge. So obviously, needless to mention, use of statistical tools are required, inevitable, but please use the statistical tools to the extent they are required for your research, keeping in mind the scope, the nature of the data, the quantum of the data, and so on and so forth. But only for the sake of using the statistical tools, if we are using it, perhaps then the I would say appealing factor would come only from those who are expert in statistics. So we are going to be the researchers, we are not going to be the statisticians. That is what we have to keep it in mind, even though the minimum required, or perhaps I would say more appropriately, advanced level knowledge of statistics is prerequisite, is inevitable. We, when I say we are not statisticians, doesn't mean we should not use the statistical tools at all. Of course we have to use, but please remember, use it to the extent and to the point whenever they are really required. Know all piece for the research: perception, perspective. Of course, what is your perceived value in your eyes as a researcher, and in their eyes for stakeholders or for the readers or users of your research. Prerequisites, of course, we have to be ready with the research. There has to be, perhaps in the last week there was accreditation authority, ACBSP, that is the US accreditation authority, which they came for our university, for our College of Business Administration. And I was interacting with one professor from that ACBSP, who came there as assessor of our college in order to give us the accreditation for next 5 years. So he told me that in order to produce one good research paper, quote by him, in order to produce one good research paper, minimum 1.5 years time is required. Now, believe me, I'm not exaggerating any of his words or sentences. I'm just telling you word to word what he told me. In order to produce one good quality research paper, it's a matter of 1.5 years minimum. That's what he was talking about. Now, believe me, how many of us are publishing one paper in 1.5 years? Reasons could be different, believe me. Reasons could be different. There is a stress, there is a pressure. Minimum these many publications are supposed to be done by us. It is a requirement, it's a mandatory requirement. I don't want to comment on that, because country wise, university wise, organization, HEI wise, all these criteria, benchmarking parameters, conditions do change. But perhaps how many of us are spending 1.5 years in order to produce one research paper? Have we really spent that time? And then on that basis, can we say that our paper is worth getting published in Q1 without any alteration, without any modification? The moment I send them the email, they have to come back to me that it is accepted. That's it. Nothing is required. To that extent, is it really super fine-tuned, or that required finesse is there for that? Perhaps the answer is, I'm not saying it as a generalized statement, but perhaps the answer is no, we don't have. Because often we look at the quantity rather than the quality. So prerequisites, one of the prerequisites is every research output, every research paper, every research contribution, may it be a book review, case study, create any case development, whatever it may be, or actual research, qualitative, quantitative. Prerequisite, one of the research design, statistical tools, hypothesis, objectives, all these are the minimum required things. These cannot be called as prerequisites. Of course, you have to follow the research methodology structure, no doubt about it. But prerequisite here means depth and width of your research, time taken to complete the research, and last but not the least, the entirety of that research, that nobody can challenge. You just tell me what exactly is required here now. To that extent, I have gone to the minutest level. That is here what I mean to say by prerequisites. Then probabilities, we have to be ready with different probabilities are there. Probabilities in the sense, the probable outcomes of your research in terms of sponsorship, comments, usage, your further area of study in the same field of research, and so on and so forth. Possibilities, of course. Practicalities, we cannot really forget the practicalities of the research. To what extent I'm going to use my research? Practical approach is very important. Something which is practically feasible, implementable, being worth sponsored, and so on and so forth. We have to be ready with it. Am I clearly audible? I just wanted to confirm one time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then preparation, of course, preparation here, I mean structure of research methodology which we have to follow. Believe me, there are journals which there is no hard and fast research design. What is research design? Everyone is aware of. Every textbook will tell you 1,000 textbooks are available, or 1,000 Google, minimum 1,000. There could be more than thousands also. The avenues are available to give you the knowledge of what is research design, but the contents of the ideal research paper, nobody is going to tell you, because sometimes in order to, many journals do insist that your research paper has gone too much huge. Now I have got last time, let me share with you my own example. I had written the research paper of 36 pages and the journal told me to make it in 12 pages. Now the thing is, now who is to be blamed? Of course I am to be blamed, because I'm in need of being, I'm in need because I have to publish my research paper. But that is on a lighter mode I'm saying with you. But the main question remains, who is to be blamed? The reason being, as a researcher, 36 pages were not written by me because I had got a lot of time. So just produce something. Whatever I had produced in the best capacity of mine was genuine, authentic, and that much was required according to me as a researcher. But somebody is telling me that this much is not required. Make it up to 12 pages only, because we don't have that much size. Okay, journal is very good. It's Q2 in Scopus indexed. So obviously, I cannot say that what they are telling is also wrong thing. Now, who is to be blamed in this? The genuine question, and there is no answer to that, because I will of course say that 36 pages were not developed by me in order to show to the world at large that look how great my research is. Of course not, because that much quantum is required, and I didn't decide 36 pages in the beginning. Let me have my research in the form of 36 pages. You're getting my point. It just happened and it got complete after I said it's okay, now it's done. There were 36 pages. So 36 pages were not decided in the beginning. But those guys are telling me now, look, doctor, research paper, we are accepting this with minor suggestions that, make it, this objective is not getting there. Some minor corrections. All of you are aware, those who are publishing in Scopus indexed publications. So those corrections were being done by me. But thereafter they said the only thing from us, 36 pages are too huge. Make it to 12 pages. Now 36 to 12, 1/3 of what I have produced in the form of a research contributions. How you are expecting me to do that? And if I thrash something which is more important, who is going to be? And the guy who is reading my research will always pinpoint that in his literature review or her literature review, that author has not touched this particular point as a limitation of that research paper. Perhaps I have touched it, but I was not allowed to publish that for the want of space available by the journal. So preparation is very important thing. You have to be ready with the preparation, in the sense, have it, it should be short enough. It should be short enough to arouse others' interest, and it should be long enough to cover the topic. That is what I would say in a nutshell. It should be short enough. It should be, people should be at their, in their, I would say, maximum interest level. What next? What is he going to say? What is she going to say? But it should be, long enough to cover the topic. That's it. But because if you have got more these things, nobody is interested, and perhaps practical difficulties are there in which journals will not accept that. Then presentations, of course, everything in today's world is marketable, unless and until you hit your own drums for your own marketability of your own research, nobody is going to look at it. So market it, present it properly, wisely. Publications, no doubt about it, everyone is aware about it. I believe all the participants of our today's conference will agree with me that the most important thing in our today's life is nothing but we are always worried about publications, good publications in the journals. And then perseverance, these are all the P's. I would say, I would not repeat, because many of these things are already perfection. Okay, that nobody is perfect. Perfection cannot be said expressly that this is the perfect paper. You cannot say that. But of course, perfection here, in the sense, it should be to the maximum possible extent error free, flawless, and fine tuned output in front of the readers, wherein there is no scope for at least basic level queries or suggestions from the readers that you should have done this, then why you have not done while you were researching? That is the main question. So perfection in that context we are talking about. Last but not the least, I have said list is inclusive. So how many P's you can add, it's up to you. But these are the minimum required things which you have to keep it in mind. Now, when, how, who, why, where, many more questions. When you have to do the research, how you are going to do it, who is going to do it? Of course, you. Who means here nobody is going to do it for you. Here the question who means all these WHO questions, what we say generally, who means who along with you? Is it going to be the collaborative? Is it going to be an individual one? If it is collaborative, who is the team? If it is a cross-functional research, what is your role in it? What is your perception about it? Many research papers are there in which, see, financial implications of electronics circuit developed by our electronics team. Now, financial implication has got maximum 4 or 5%. It cannot be called as cross-functional. No way. In order to call it really as a cross-functional research, if I am going to collaborate with one marketing person, then that marketing person's contribution and me as a finance contribution should be at least 60-40. Max 65-35, but it cannot be in any case 90-10 or 85-15. No way. Otherwise, then what is your contribution? You were there just for a small part of time and you are calling yourself as an author of that research paper. No. So it should be, ideally it should be 50-50, or your proportion, your area of domain should be more. But if that is not possible, at least 60-40 or 55-45, that such kind of things, even though there is no hard and fast rule, nobody mentions that. But especially when it comes to the assessment of our quality of our research, all these things to be kept in mind. Why we are doing research? If many of the persons say that I am doing research, what to do? For promotion, for getting next designation, it is the policy of our university. Why can be answered by the persons in many ways. Ideal answer should be, why am I doing research? Is I just want to explore in my area or selected area of domain. That should be the ideal answer, whereas there can be multiple answers for why. Yani, it should not be by force, it should be by choice. That is what I am talking. Where are you going to do that? And many more questions you have to answer. And before you start your role as a researcher, you have to be pretty much careful about it. Remember the position of research in decision-making process. Research is one of the factors in decision-making, even though it is undoubtedly crucial. But mind well that only on the basis of, even though my research is sponsored by the corporate sector, only on the basis of my findings and conclusions, no corporate sector company is going to take a call. No corporate sector company is going to take a decision that, okay, Dr. Abhijit has said in his or her findings or recommended, he has recommended like this, let us go ahead with this. Nobody is going to do that. Corporate sector companies are the smartest entities which I have seen. Believe me, higher the scale of the corporation, bigger the scale of the corporation, the most narrowest, I would say, the most narrow-minded approach adopted by those companies in terms of spending money. Now, here, narrow-minded approach, don't take it in a negative sense. Narrow-minded in the sense, don't want to spend the money at all unless and until we try and test on it from all the possible facets, because I am going to spend for it. So unless and until there is a 100% potential of return on investment, I'm not going to invest in that. So that's the reason why our research is not the only factor for decision making, but it remains the crucial factor. So findings and conclusions and recommendations and suggestions should be properly aligned, and they should be genuine. Then expectations, intuitions, and judgments still valid. Many experts say that expectations, intuitions, and judgments do not have any role nowadays in research. Everything is crystal clear, black and white. Of course, everything is crystal clear, black and white, genuine, authentic. But still, as an expert, if you look at it, some expectations, some intuitions, some judgments will definitely have at least a small role to play in your data collection, in setting up your questionnaire, in interpreting your data in the form of findings and conclusions, and while giving recommendations and suggestions. All the recommendations and suggestions cannot be fully quantified into, or all recommendations and suggestions cannot be converted into quantifiable outcomes. Not possible at all. Something remains to be qualitative, vague, open-ended, and for that, expectations, intuitions, and judgments still valid. I am not saying expectations, intuitions, and judgments are only things which we have to focus on, but they are still valid. Don't neglect them altogether. Authority and vision supported by experience, knowledge, and overall competence also play a vital role. And that is the reason why, as a researcher, we progress, we develop ourselves through each and every research. And every research gives us some different experience. Every research gives us some different experience. Believe me, there are at times, there are at times journals which come to you, which revert back to you on your research publication request with n number of queries in it. This is not done, this is not done, this is not done, this is not done. And there are certain journals who come to you with fantastic research. It is with great pleasure we are accepting them. Both are ranked at the same position. Now, how are you going to say whether the journal which accepted your research in outrightly, or in the first first attempt itself, you're going to praise them merely because they accepted your research, and you think that your research is the best one? Not really. And the journal which is criticizing your research like anything, then you even thought of canceling that research publication in this journal, because if I want to change as per their suggestions, it will take another year for me. Like that, to that extent, they want you to change the face of your research. Is the journal authority, or are the journal panel members, or I would say assessment panel members, or editorial board are bad one, or not to be considered at all? Not really. So basically, our experience, our knowledge, our overall competence will tell us to what extent our research we are ranking in our own mind before submitting it for any journal authority to give them their comments. Because many of us do not assess our own research papers, or before we go for the publication, we don't go to our peers. This is what I have done. What is your opinion about it? What do you think about it? And let your peer, even believe me, in cross-functional teams, let your HOD, let my HOD, let my colleague, let your colleague, anybody whom you see, you perceive as a good person in terms of expertise, exposure, knowledge, potential, competence, show it to him or her. This is what I'm planning to publish. What do you think? And if the person gives you a good feedback, then only go ahead with it. Otherwise, we are going to get rejected every now and then, and perhaps more often the frustration will come. What is the use of it? I spend a lot of time, because perhaps my spending of the time was not in the direction which was required. It was directionless spending. So you spent the time, no doubt about it. You had good efforts, genuine efforts, but the deliverable outcomes are not accepted by the stakeholders, and that is of no use. Ultimately, your research will get proven as incomplete research. This is the jigsaw puzzle which we have. Everything is there in our mind: the research areas, the research problem, the statistical tools, the hypothesis, the overall research structure, methodology which you are going to adopt, qualitative data, quantitative data, sampling techniques, reliability, Cronbach alpha and all these things, reliability of the data if it is huge quantum or voluminous data, validity of the data, pilot study. All these are the typical technical things which you might be hearing from all your peers or guides, or all your research colleagues every now and then, that all of you are aware about, I suppose, I assume. But where to put that proper jigsaw puzzle gap, that shape, in order to complete that entire research picture or the entire research diagram, is a genuine, or perhaps the $1,000,000 question. The reason being, most of us make wrong decisions about research topics. If research topic is good, our scope is wrong. If scope is wrong, perhaps scope is good or correct, perhaps objectives were not set properly. If objectives are set properly, perhaps hypotheses were not being set correctly, then my sampling technique was wrong, perhaps my respondents were, I didn't validate the data, I didn't have any reliability of the data analysis. There are n number of things. So technically, which one to put where, when, how, this is something which is a jigsaw puzzle. How to make our research more competitive? I'm just coming to the end slowly. How to make your research more competitive? Now, competitive here, I mean to say, ultimately, what is the purpose of our research? If we really ask the question, genuine question to ourselves, why am I researching? Why am I researching something? Why am I producing some research outputs? Why am I writing in journal a research paper? What is the main purpose? Different answers will come. Somebody will say what to do. It's merely a formality for me. I'm not interested, but I have to. Could be the answer, honest answer given by somebody else who is in the very basic phase as a researcher. But more competitive here, I mean to say, the why I am doing research. Number one, in order to contribute to the research fraternity, to the research community, to the research contributions, so that my research paper, in that whenever anybody would like to write a research paper in that particular domain or area, each and every new research paper written henceforth will have my paper as a literature review. That is the ultimate aim. How many times everyone knows, access to your research paper, citations, all these things you are aware. So how many times your research is being used, referred by the other researchers when they started doing their research on the same topic or a similar topic is the main question. So it has to be competitive. I have produced something which has not been referred by anybody, which was not sponsored by anybody, except the edition of that journal in which my research paper was published. And the journal also kept on publishing so many editions. Every month they are going to come up with one new edition. So in millions of their editions, in one edition, I have got 13-14 pages which I have. Is it really, can it be called as competitive? Not really. Your research paper could be very good. My research paper could be very good. But unless and until it has got mass appeal, approach, I would say acceptability, marketability, innovativeness, creativity, it cannot be called as competitive. Purpose of the research, reach of the research, I already explained. Quality versus quantity. Please keep it in mind that research outputs can be called as competitive. Believe me, if I have got 20 publications, out of which none is in Scopus, and somebody has got 8 publications, out of which 6 are in Scopus Index Q1, Q2. Believe me, I can tell you with challenge that the guy who has got 6 publications will be assessed with more marks as compared to you. The reason being, we have to understand the norms. We have to understand the demanding approach. What is getting sold in the market? We have to sell that because it is being taught in marketing. See, believe me, here there are many of my corporate friends. One of my corporate friends, Mr. Shekhar, is there, who discusses with me. He's a marketing genius. He always discusses with me. I always discuss with him many a times, what is marketing, tell me in one line or something. He told me one very good thing for sales, perhaps not for marketing. He is into marketing, but he told me about sales, that as a salesman, you are not there to sell what you want to sell. You are there to sell what they want to purchase. That is what is something which is a genuine takeaway from that. You are not here what you are supposed, what I think you should purchase, that not really, because I am here to sell what you want me to sell. What you want to purchase, I will sell you. Not I have this thing and I will sell you that only. Not possible. So ultimately, quality versus quantity. What is acceptable in the market? What is considered to be the good research paper in the market? Go ahead with those norms. Make one checklist, that is my research paper, are my research outputs having these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 required things, minimum required things, to call it as a competitive and acceptable in the market? And answer is yes, go for the publication. Otherwise, it will be merely, there are journals which will publish there are n number, because journals are also competing with each other. So there are, either of the journals will publish your research, But our main aim is not merely publication, where I am publishing, which journal, where it is indexed, how much is the ranking, how much is the impact factor, and so on and so forth. So quantity versus quality, both are important. If you ask which is more important, perhaps honestly speaking, I'm not being political, but both are important. Then how much should be focused on quality? Quality should be on all research paper, irrespective of the numbers. And quantity, of course, go ahead with such a quantity that as an assessor, he or she should believe. How can you produce these many research publications in this much limited span of time, in spite of being you are handling all your responsibilities, additional responsibilities as academicians? So have that kind of, all mathematics or equations of time management in your mind. So quality and quantity, everyone has to decide their own, but quality has to be there throughout. Quantity, you can decide, okay, I'm not going to go for merely quantity. Number of publications will not only suffice the purpose, even though they will look at the number of publications, how many of them are in high ranking journals? That is the main question. Quantification of your research, of course, as I said, how much it can be quantified in terms of next projects, acceptability, marketability, sponsorship, and so on. Individual versus joint research psychology by researchers as well as research assessors. As I told you in the beginning only, I won't spend much time on that. I believe I have got some 10 minutes. So joint research, individual versus joint research psychology by researchers. Believe me, friends, nowadays somebody might disagree with me, but I'm expressing my opinion based on my observations. It's not something which is merely my creativity, something which came to me as my thought, in my mind as my thought, and I'm just telling you as a generalized statement. Whatever I'm talking about or whatever I have spoken so far is not at all related with what I think. It is purely based on observations. So individual versus joint research, if you really ask me, the proportion, again, that is not a hard and fast rule, but many of the assessing authorities, accreditation authorities, or even you, when you approach for a new job, when you and me approach for a new job, if all your publications are joint publications and you not being a first author in any of the publication, perhaps your research assessment will go down drastically. Believe me, take it from me. Ask anyone who is there, ask any competent authority, what is the policy for that? But most of the recognized universities and colleges have their research policies. Individual versus joint research. So how much should be the proportion? Ideally, if you ask, really, ideally 100% individual research is also good, but sometimes it is not possible because individual research has got some limitations. How much as an individual researcher you can complete in that limited span of time? Or if the scope of the data, if the scope of your research is so vast or open-ended or beyond one person's time and cost, then perhaps you have to take somebody else's help. So perhaps you have to divide your work. You have to have the division of your work. So there can be the joint research, but believe me, there are at times research papers in which some 7 or 8 authors are there and my name is 7th author. So I have got 20 publications, out of which none of the publications I am the first author, number one. Most of the publications I am 4th author or 5th author or 6th author. Perhaps my ranking as a researcher in the eyes of the research assessment bodies will go down for sure. So maximum possible extent being, please be first author. If it is a joint research paper, if it is an individual, forget about it, it's nothing like that. First author or second author or at the most third author. Many universities have got here, I have seen in 1 or 2 countries where I have worked in Gulf sector, many universities have got research incentive. If you have to get reimbursed for publishing your research, if you are not in either first, second or third author, perhaps you will not be considered at all for getting reimbursed. So that is what the policy is. So you have to be either in first, second, third author, preferably first or second author. And if you are doing individual research, it is perfect. But again, When I said the same thing in quality versus quantity, same political answer. Even if you call me political, believe me, there is no such hard and fast rule. How much of your total research contribution should be individual based and how much should be joint research? There is no such hard and fast rule. If you really ask my personal opinion, perhaps more it should be skewed towards individual research contributions rather than joint one. Even though joint ones are also welcome. I'm not saying the joint research publications are not at all considered or should not be done, but more emphasis on individual. And if at all it is joint one, please try to understand you should be the first or second. Don't go for fourth author, fifth author, or sixth author. It is not going to create any value in the eyes of the assessors as such, even though you have genuinely given your contribution. Sponsorship, please look at it. What is the current topic of the day? I already have spoken about it. In-depth and rigorous analysis, as I said to you, in order to become the most acceptable paper of the day, you have to have the depth and width of your scope widened to such an extent that there is no room for anybody to give any suggestion on that. In the literature review, when we find out the limitations of the research paper as such, perhaps we are trying to pinpoint what researcher didn't understand or what researcher didn't even think of. That is what we always comment as a researcher while reviewing the literature. Reviewing the literature, we do the same thing, but to the maximum possible extent, our aim should be that my research paper should be having more and more citations, but with the least amount of criticism from the other researchers, either in the form of literature or review of my research paper. Concrete, futuristic, globally connected, practical oriented, creative, and unique research should be there. Concrete. What we have to say should be concrete, quantifiable, right? Because when we talk something vague, which we don't know ourselves what is going to happen, what will be the repercussion of that, perhaps it has got less weightage. Futuristic, of course, it has to have the futuristic approach. Today, if somebody is going to talk about journal ledger and data entries and manual accounting, perhaps that is gone now. That phase itself is gone. Today we have got the packages in which you just have the amounts also for projections also. You just tell it that I am having this much scale, these many number of persons I am approaching, and my own contribution 100,000. Bank is ready to give me 300,000, and the entire projected income statement, balance sheet with profitability analysis, ratio analysis for next 5 years, 10 years, 50 years is available with you by the system. So obviously it should be futuristic because we are going to use technology extensively in our in our research. So we have to go with the trend, we have to go with the flow, we have to go with the technology. Globally connected, it should be getting good appeal from the stakeholders. Practical oriented, I already have spoken on that. And creativity, unique. There are a number of things, say for example in HR, I have seen recruitment and selection, which is the most common topic which people have. Why can't we have any I'm not saying I'm not HR person, so don't take me wrongly. I'm not commenting on that. My point is 90% of the research papers are coming on selection and recruitment only. Perhaps we start thinking, is there no topic available in HR stream as such, but it is not the limitation of the topic. Perhaps as a researcher, we don't want to come out of comfort zone. Something wherein I will find n number of literature reviews, n number of things available with me. Already ready-made cooked food is available. Take away something from that little, make my own dish. That is not going to happen. So creativity and uniqueness is something which is more important. And out of comfort zone researching, that is what is something which I was talking about. Just look at this graph. This is the last one which I'm going to show it to you. These are the knowledge creation and growth. These are the 3 strategies of research. X is refinements and consistency in refinements. None of our project can be called as, none of our research paper can be called as the perfect one. Y is practical oriented. Then what should be the strategy? For example, if we take Y, practical oriented, the strategy should be choice of the topic and area, connect with the career and professional KRAs. Of course, let me have the research paper in the course or the subject which I am teaching to my students. That is going to automatically help me in enhancing my teaching quality and at the same time getting my one more publication on. them currently the financial management or corporate finance or advanced accounting, for example, and I'm doing my research in I would say the frauds and financial shenanigans in insurance sector. It's not a bad topic, but why not to connect it with my current this thing? So during the course of literature review, during that semester, if I find something interesting, I can share it with my students also. So that is something, the connect with the career and professional KRAs, key result areas, and KPIs, key performance indicators, cross functionality, then well proved on time and cost factors, and something like that. So I'm not going to say each and everything in a detailed manner, but this is something which are the three strategies. Number one, refinements. First of all, technically sound and feasible, then refinements and consistency in refinements, and practical oriented. Then strategy, have your strategy and accordingly go for your action plan. Most of us go do action first and then start thinking that, oh, I should have done in this way. Not really. That is something what I have my as a strategy. Based on that, if we proceed, perhaps the probability of we getting less marks for our research is coming to the almost nil, I would say. What makes your research good? Validity, reliability, replicability. It can be, there can be the replica of your research in a good sense, not copy paste, not in that sense. Yani, it can be used entirely for somebody else's requirement. Rigor has to be there, in depth, in width, all these formats, consistent application, and last but not the least, the trustworthiness, the genuineness, the authenticity. This is the typically the, I would say, I'm not going to go into the details, typically the research diagram just in front of you. Perhaps you might have more better research diagram while referring your research methodology textbook. And lastly, I would say one thing, just to end my presentation, research and knowledge journey. Where do we stand? Where are we leading to? And are we wise enough? That is something which is very important. We have to ask these three questions to ourselves, because I am getting that baton from somebody else and I am going to carry that for some time before I pass it on to the other researcher. So where do I stand currently? Where am I leading to? And am I wise enough? Wise enough here, I mean to say, am I competent enough? Am I prepared enough to go ahead with this research journey? Perhaps if we really, try to progress on this, all of us are, learners only. So we cannot call ourselves as perfect researchers, but our research journey will become more and more successful, more and more happy, and more, I would say, which we will like. Then we will do our research by choice rather than by force. What to do? I have to do some research. No, I have to do research because I love research. I like research. That mindset will automatically get developed. In your own work, but in recognizing the right person to do it. Here, I mean to say, not finding any assistant for you. AI is that right person to do it. Do it in the sense, not doing the entire research. Here, don't take Andrew Carnegie in the wrong sense. AI is the person. AI is the entity. AI is the, I would say, tool which you have to use just to get rid of administrative, clerical, time-consuming, and repetitive tasks. But main part of creativity, analysis, interpretation, recommendation, suggestions, and so on have to be owned by you only and your own only. Thank you so much. I hope you were connected to me, and perhaps a little bored because I was being given more time. So I hope you liked. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It
Thank
was
you, sir.
indeed a very informative session. And it
Thank you.
really helped us in understanding the dynamics of research and development. As many of our faculties are pursuing PhD or have completed their PhD. So it was a very, very, very helpful session for them and as well as for our students also.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Kishore, sir.
Thank you, madam. I would like to thank respected Dr. Janice Fernandez, respected Kelkar sir, for deliver the such outstanding knowledgeable lectures to our research scholar. Hope so, whatever the sticking point of
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Whatever the pre-thesis sticking point is there of the all of 90 PhD research scholar are waiting for only one certificate for participation president certificate. Their problem will be solved as per my knowledge. I would like to thank Janice ma'am and Kelkar sir for deliver the such a outstanding lecture. Thank you, sir. I would like to convey that all the participants kindly be prepared for your PPT technical session. Within 2 minutes, we will start that. I'm seeing that the list of that participants. Please wait. The technical session will be start within 2 minutes. Please wait.
Okay. Thank you, Kishore sir. Thank you so much.
I would like to request the research scholar who are willing to present the PPT. किसको PPT प्रेजेंट करना है क्या? मेरा आवाज आ रहा है? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The person
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. The person who want to present the PPT first, before starting the technical session of today's international conference, I would like to convey you the rules regulation of University Grants Commission. Whenever the research scholar take admission in the PhD in the university which is affiliated to University Grants Commission, that student, that research scholar must be present those articles in international conference with having the proof of publication, having the proof of the certification of the, having the proof of the video also, YouTube video. Therefore, whenever you upload your PPT, that time you have to open your video. Do not close your video. हाँ, आपका वीडियो ओपन चाहिए, खुला चाहिए, आपका चेहरा और आपका PPT दिखना चाहिए. Who
Yes, sir.
deliver the first? किसको डिलीवर करना है PPT?
Yes, sir.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, man.
Yes, sir.
वन बाय वन करेंगे, कंफ्यूज मत होना, सबका टाइम आएगा. भावेश
Okay, sir. Rohini Rai.
रोहिणी राय, आर यू
Yes,
अवेलेबल
sir.
मैम? रोहिणी रॉय,
Yes, sir.
आपका PPT अपलोड कर लेना. रोहिणी
We
रॉय,
are ready, sir.
आपका PPT अपलोड कर लेना.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can the pre-recorded video be played? Because there is a network
After
issue here.
the 2 hours, pre-recorded video
Hello?
will be uploaded after the 2 hours. Now the presentation of the PPT will be started. Each and every research scholar will get the 10 minutes only for PPT presentation. After the 10 minutes, directly jump on and wind up PPT. Please continue. Rohini, what the name of the person? Rohini Roy. Please continue.
Sir, I have sent it on the email, the pre-recorded video.
After the 2 hours, it will be
Yes,
uploaded.
sir. Yes, sir.
It is
Yes,
available, Rohini Roy. Okay, another person name is
Sir,
another person. It is
after 2
available.
hours,
Neha Patel, sir.
Neha Patel, please upload your PPT. Be ready, Rohini Roy.
शेयर करो या सर अपलोड करना है?
अपलोड करना है.
Sir, I also wanted to present the PPT.
After this person, Neha Patel.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Neha Patel, are you ready?
सॉरी सर, कहाँ अपलोड करना है? सॉरी, कैन यू सर गाइड मी प्लीज फर्दर?
अभी क्या करना है? अब शेयर का बटन दिख रहा है आपको? आपका पहला पीपीटी ओपन कर लेना. पीपीटी ओपन
हाँ,
करने के
ओके
बाद
सर.
जूम पे जाना. जूम पे शेयर बटन है.
हाँ, ओके सर.
जयश्री पंतामणे, प्लीज वेट. व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ द पर्सन? आपका नाम क्या है?
नेहा.
पटेल. पटेल मैडम, आप क्या करना? पीपीटी ओपन कर लिया? हैव ओपन द पीपीटी?
हाँ, यस सर.
Okay. It is starting. Sharing is. Please wait.
Okay, it is visible, sir.
Please wait. It is not yet visible. Yeah, it is visible. Please continue.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes only. Please continue.
Okay. I'm Neha J. Patel, PhD scholar at Veer Narma South Gujarat University, Surat. My research paper is entitled with Right to Information, Exploring Access to Information as an Inherent Human Right. Actually, when we talk about right to information, it is basically a human right guaranteed by different international organization. The idea is that citizens have right RTI on what their government is doing. Ultimately, when we have to democratic right, it is very closely connected with the right to information. The true meaning of democracy is proved when the citizen have the right to information, right to knowledge about the work done by the government. With rising demand of transparency, particularly in the digital age, the recognition of access to information as a human right is more critical than ever. Literature review, scholarly work highlight a growing gap in digital and manual RTI application. I reviewed the book of Dr. Jyoti Ratan, Anand Kumar, Madhusudan work, which basically concentrate on the right to information as inherent human rights.
Ma'am, Patel ma'am.
Legal commentary.
Patel ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am, make a slideshow, ma'am.
Yes.
Make a slideshow.
It is not moving, ma'am.
No, नहीं moving, but slideshow कीजिए उसको.
हाँ, okay.
पूरा स्क्रीन विजिबल
एक
होगा
ही.
फिर.
हाँ, yes ma'am. It is now slide slow, ma'am.
Yes ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. हाँ, एक ही. Ma'am, network issue. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, yes, there is a network issue.
Okay. Now I am audible properly, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, you are losing your time. Please do fast.
Okay. Literature review. Most probably this work concentrate on a right to information as a human right, and most legal commentary emphasis on limitation on judicial and legislative responses. My hypothesis concentrate on two main topics, that access to information is a fundamental and inherent human right, and there are many rights which is connected with the right to information. If right to information is not perform well, then other right also become a limited right. Objective of my research paper is to trace the historical evolution of RTI through international, global, and legal system, to examine international legal framework, to analyze the Indian constitution and legal perspective, also explore the limitation and challenging in realizing RTI, and to give some recommendation for the better implementation of right to information. Research methodology. The study follow a doctrinal approach relying on a legal and international interpretation of legal doctrine, principles, statutes, and judicial discussion. The research rely mainly on secondary source, including book, academic article, research paper published both in national as well as international journal. Research problem. The first research and important research problem is to what extent to constitutional provision, legislative framework, and judicial decision, particularly those related to RTI, contribute or hinder the effective realization of RTI in India. To what extent the right to information be considered as a human right? How does access the information empower individual and promote accountability in democratic access? And how effective the RTI Act 2005 in present scenario? Most probably, we talk about the right to information. It is a fundamental and basic human rights, because after a long battle, we get independence, and after that I think about 50 to 20 years back that we get the right to information legislation. But before that, many international and organization and committee guaranteed that right to information is basic human rights, and the list is provided in the PPT. Different declaration like UDHR, Convention on International Right of Correction, International Convention on Civil and Political Right. Differently in different article, they prove that the right to information is a fundamental human rights. There is many fundamental right which are not practically possibly without the right to information. For example, freedom of speech and expression. Freedom of speech and expression is guaranteed in Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A of Indian Constitution. But the practical possibility of freedom of speech and expression is possible when we have the knowledge, and when we get knowledge, when we have the right to information. So in practical era, the perfection of freedom of speech and expression prove when we have the right to information. Another right is right to participate in governance. Right to participate in governance is when possible, when we have the right to know each and everything about the government work. So for that right also we have the right to, there need to have the right to information, right to development, education right, health right, and very important, the right to life and personal liberty is also possible when we have the right to information. National framework, when about we talk about national framework which give the right to information, the first is constitutional foundation, and second is our national regime, National Enactment Act. So constitutional foundation possible by the different interpretation of judiciary, different judiciary. So Supreme Court and High Court in many landmark judgment prove that the right to information is also the part of freedom of speech and expression guaranteed under Article 91, Clause A. So in case of Thomas Thapar, uh, uh, People Union Civil Liberties, the Supreme Court proved that the right to information is a fundamental right guaranteed under Article 19, Clause 1A. Beside that, we have the Right to Information Act 2005, which is a very important piece of legislation which provide the citizen of India to access the government information. And The main purpose of the Act is to provide transparency and accountability in the work of public authority. This Act is passed by approved by the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on May 12, 2005, and the President get its assent on June 15, 2005. So the Act have very different provision. The first, the very important right is given by this Act is right to access information. There is a provision to give application to the government authority, government appoint public information officer. There is a appeal provision. There is the requirement to provide information within the 13 days. There is a different exception, appeal provision, and many important statutory provision which provide the citizen the right to information. But there is so much limitation which hinders the effective enforcement of this act. And first is digital divide. People are still unfamiliar with the technology, so it is not possible that each and every people use digital RTI mechanism. There is a threat to information sector. There is 100 incidents where the RTI activists are faces threat, harassment, even death are faced by them. Institutional struggle, there is a lack of training, overburden by the public information officer, poor record management. So this right is
Kindly
not
jump on your
the act is
conclusion. Patel madam, kindly jump on your conclusion.
Okay, conclusion. The right to know is a human right that underpin all other, and most probably it is proved that access to information is fundamental and inherent human right, and it is essential for the realization of other rights. So recommendation is that expand public awareness, strengthen implementation, harmonize RTI with data protection, encourage international adoption of enforceable RTI frameworks. This is my references, and thank you. Any question?
Rohini Roy. Rohini Roy. Neha madam, remove the PPT. Is this available, Rohini Roy?
Sir, should I present?
Please upload PPT.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Getting visible, please wait.
Yes, ma'am.
And PPT is not visible.
Getting visible, please wait.
With permission of chair, good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Meenal Shah from Om Kothari Institute of Management and Research, Kota. It's my pleasure to present a research paper titled Data Magic, Transformative Entrepreneurial Case Studies, co-authored with Professor
PPT is not
Amit Singh
visible.
Rathore. Our work...
Visible, please continue.
Sorry?
Visible. Continue, visible, please
Is
continue.
there any problem?
Continue.
Okay. So our work explores how data has become a cornerstone of modern entrepreneurial success stories, focusing on real-world case studies that illustrates the strategies, transformative power of data across the industries. So the role of, if I talk about role of data in today's digital era, data has moved beyond no. Shaping the business decision practices ensures the behavior and enables the real-time responses to dynamic market conditions. technologies like predictive analysis and machine learning empowers entrepreneurs to forecast trends, personalize the services, and improve the operational efficiency. These tools are revolutionize how business innovate and compete with the help of data. So, about my first case study, this I have taken from Ubay. Let's begin with it. It is founded in 2009. Ubay revolutionized the transportation using the real-time GPS and demand data. It addresses key influences in the traditional taxi services by offering app-based booking, live tracking, and ride matching. So one of the obvious standout innovation is dynamic pricing, where fares increases with the demand and ensures the supply. This not only improved the customer service but also enabled the drivers to earn more during peak hours. So, Uber's use of data created a seamless, suitable, and user-centric platform that redefined the urban mobility and introduced the world to the gig economy. So this was the where I think he introduced the world from gig economy. And the next case study I have taken from Netflix. Need is Netflix a prime example of data-driven entertainment form, a DVD rental company. It was from a DVD rental company. Netflix evolved into a global streaming leader by using data to personalize user experience. See, Netflix was only a DVD rental company, and how it has transformed through data. Its powerful recommendations engine analyze watch history and behavior pattern to ensure the personalized content. Data also informs Netflix content investment. Hit shows like Stranger Things were created because of insights into the global viewing preferences. Even the platform is interface and thumbnail are tested. Okay, thumbnails are also tested for engagement, showing how deeply data is embedded into every decision of Netflix. So, the third case study, that is Airbun. So Airbnb used the data to disrupt the hospitality sector by analyzing user performance, preferences, search pattern, and travel behavior. Airbnb delivers the personalized accommodation matches. Its dynamic pricing algorithm helps host adjust rates based on demand, seasonality, and local events, maximizing occupancy and revenue. Additionally, its trust system driven by the reviews and background checks ensures the platform safety and credibility. So it demonstrates how data can build a community-driven marketplace that company effectively and traditional portals. So next is Tesla. Everyone knows Tesla shows data integration across the full spectrum of product development and services, real-time data from vehicle sensor support, remote diagnostic over the air, updated and preventive maintenance. Tesla autopilot system uses vast amount of driving data to train and itself driving AI. This feedback loop continuously improves the safety and driving experience. Uh, Data also supports Tesla as expansion strategies and customer engagement, making it a pioneer in the data powered auto driven system. So beyond all other broader industries, we also explored our Amazon, Spotify, Amazon personalize the shopping and the optimize logistic. Spotify creates unique playlist through the listening data, and Zillow predicts the property values, while Stitchfly uses data for fashion styling. So other there are other studies also which we have explored, other case studies. The common thread is clear: data is the new competitive advantage in every industry. So there are some policy implications based on these case studies. These transformative shifts also brings the regulatory and social challenges. Recommendations support for startups through innovation hubs and the findings, modernizing the regulatory framework, adopt the gig worker and platform economies. These are some recommendations. Promoting the ethical data use and strong privacy protection, investing in digital infrastructure and data literacy to democratize access and innovation, encouraging the private data sharing for urban development and the public services. These
तो हेच काम करते ना तुला किती येऊ शकते जास्त की कोणतं सगळी गॅलरी नाही म्हणे काही नाही कूलर कुठं ठेवत नाही थोडं 27 पर्यंत बघून ना म्हणे आपण जास्तीत जितकं जास्त जमतो आहे का नाही 27 पर्यंत आहे म्हटलं आमच्या मॅडमची इच्छा बघतो म्हटलं जसा गिरायक लागला बघा जरा पेंटिंग गिंटिंग पहिले धूळ साफ करा म्हणे पहिले आवाजच नाही तर ऑटोमॅटिक थांब थोडं थांबत जा तू
Dear participants, kindly mute your video. The PPT session is going on. Have you finished? Minal Shah?
मी बोलू का म्हणजे माझं टेन्शन चालू आहे
Hello.
मी झालं का हॅलो
Are you ready?
Yes, Rohini Rai. Can Rohini Rai present the
Upload your
presentation?
PPT. Upload your PPT. Are you using laptop or using mobile?
So using laptop, so we can share the PPT on the screen.
First thing is that you have to go first open your video. Open
Yes,
your video, then go to the Zoom. Sorry, open your PPT first, then go to the Zoom. Then there will be see you the green button. It's called share button. Click on that. After the click,
Okay,
you
sir.
will get the screen. In that screen, having your PPT, double click on that. Automatically, it will upload it.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, just a minute.
May I give this turn to another person? You prepare yourself.
Yes, sir. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Bhavesh Tare, are you ready?
Sir, we are uploading the system. Network is slow. A bit network is slow.
After your preparation, just call me. Bhavesh Tare, are
Okay.
you ready?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Upload your PPT.
Yes. Sir, PPT is visible.
Yeah, visible. Please continue. You're having only 10 minutes. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Bhavesh Tare. I am a research scholar in Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. My research topic is socio-economic profile of fishermen in coastal region of Palghar.
Bhavesh sir, make a slideshow, please. India, home to over 10% of the world fish species, has a significant potential for fisheries development, contributing more than 5% of the agricultural GDP. The marine fisheries sector alone adds around 1% of national GDP and supports the livelihood of over 28 million people. Maharashtra, especially the coastal district of Palghar, heavily depends on fisheries sector for rural income and employment. However, the fishermen often face socio-economic hardship due to seasonal employment, poor infrastructure, limited education and healthcare, and climate risks. This study focuses on understanding the socio-economic conditions of fishermen in Palghar district. The goal is to inform policies that to promote sustainable development, social equity, and improve livelihoods for the fishing community. These are the objective of the study: to review the status of fishermen, to review the financial condition of fishermen, and to draw the conclusion and suggest the measure for future development of fishermen cooperative societies. The research methodology. The studies focuses on the artisanal fishermen in Palghar district. The study is limited only for Palghar district. The total 41 fisheries cooperative societies registered in Palghar district. Out of them, 37 is working condition and 4 societies inactive. Out of 37, I take a 50% of sampling, that is 19 fisheries societies, and from each society take a 10 respondents. And the data is collected through the primary data and the personal interviews. These are the findings. The socio-economic profile of fishermen in Palghar district highlighted a predominantly aging and experienced workforce with a limited participation from younger generation. Most fishers have only primary educations, restricted their access to modern practice and support schemes. They typically support medium to large families, increasing dependency on fishing income. While many have over a decade of experience, income levels remain moderate, and fishing involves high operational cost, often leading to financial stress, limited access to formal credit, and reliance on intermediaries for selling catch further reduce profitability. These challenges underscore the need for targeted intervention to ensure the sustainability of livelihood in this sector. Conclusion. The fisheries sector in India, especially in coastal areas like Palghar district, play a crucial role in livelihoods, food security, and economic contribution. However, artisanal fishing communities continue to face significant socio-economic challenges, including low education level, limited access to formal credit, dependence on traditional marketing channels, and high operational costs that often exceed income. The workforce is aging with minimal youth in involvement, deflecting declining interest due to unstable earnings and insufficient support. Addressing this issue requires targeted policy intervention focused on education, financial inclusion, modern technology access, and better implementation for welfare schemes. Strengthening these areas can help create a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient fisheries sector that benefit both the economy and coastal communities. To strengthen the fisheries sector, several targeted interventions are recommended. First, improving educational outreach can empower fishing communities with knowledge and sustainable practices, rights and opportunities. Expanding financial inclusion through accessible credit mechanism will enable fishers to invest in better equipment and scale operations. Promoting the use of modern fishing technologies can enhance productivity while reducing environmental impact, additionally ensuring easier and more equitable access to government welfare schemes can provide vital social and economic support to vulnerable communities. Looking ahead, policy reforms must focus on building a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive fisheries sector. Recognized as the sunrise industry, fishing possesses significant potential to economically and socially uplift coastal communities, contributing to long-term national development. Thank you, sir.
Is this available, Shilpa Rathod? Is this available, Shilpa Rathod? Kindly remove your PPT.
Yes, sir, I am.
Shilpa Rathod, madam, please upload your PPT.
Sure. Entire screen I have to share right now.
Yeah. The
Is my
main technique
PPT
of
visible?
no, main technique is that, yeah, visible. Make it big, right from first slide.
Yeah. Now is it visible?
Visible. Please continue.
Very good afternoon to everyone present here. Thank you so much for organizing such a wonderful international conference. Let me introduce myself. I'm an assistant professor in Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur, and I'm going to present the paper which I have written upon protecting the innovation in a sustainable world, IPR challenges and opportunities in research. So these are all the quick throughs that I would like to touch upon, wherein I have explained everything in a detail when I wrote the research paper in that. Introduction, opportunities for strengthening the IPR in sustainable innovation, IPR challenges in multidisciplinary research, the case studies, and a few my conclusion and recommendations. So I would like to introduce, because I came from the intellectual property law background. My subject of specialization in law is itself an intellectual property law. So I have just studied this particular subject through the lenses of intellectual property law itself. So there is a rise of multidisciplinary due to the sustainable goals. There are all possibility that this happens to be one of the research area in this field. But at the same time, however, there are various challenges in securing the intellectual property rights in the multidisciplinary research because there are the multiple parties which are involved. The ownership dispute in that. There is a balancing of innovation with the proprietary control on these three issues. These are all the three challenges which are posing in the multidisciplinary research domain. So through this research paper, I have investigated the key IPR issues, then the opportunities for intellectual property protection. Is my screen visible? Yeah.
Yes, visible. Please
the
continue.
Opportunities.
Visible.
Yeah.
No, it was
The
visible.
support measure for the innovation. So key IPR issues in transdisciplinary sustainability, the opportunities for IP protection while encouraging the cooperation, and support measures with regard the institutional or policy measures to support the innovators. So what are the main IPR challenges which we have seen, which we have focused through this research paper in the multidisciplinary sustainable researches? The ownership dispute. This happens to be one of the very gray area of my challenge, which I have focused upon, because in the multidisciplinary sustainable researches, there are the conflicts, lack of formal IP agreements are there, varying national patent laws, because the patent law is only applicable once you are a patent holder, you will get the protection only within the territory of India. If you want to just protect your country overseas in that respective jurisdiction, you have to file the separate application for getting the patent registration. Again, the third thing for rising the conflict is university STL expectations. These are rising so much of it, and we are not going to pace to that level. There is also the government funded project regulations as well, wherein what is our particular contribution that has to be taken care by the governmental scheme. The second area of challenge on the IPR ground, patentability challenge. Why patentability challenge? Because novelty issue with the traditional knowledge is a key component. The non-obviousness of the interdisciplinary inventions, because in the interdisciplinary there are so many inclination of different subjects under the one domain. And the disclosure challenges for complex technical technologies. prior art issues, because if you are working under one domain, there has to be having the possibility that somebody else is also working under domain 2, and because of that ground IPR challenges there on patentability issues. The science versus protections, because there is always a war between, there is a tension which is going on with regard to the security investment through proprietary models, promoting the open collaborations from the climate actions. And challenges include the access barriers for the fund and funding dilemmas, because when it comes to the science, whatever the innovation and experimentation that you do, we have to have the financial support, because without the financial support, that experimentation, lab test, these things would not be possible. And here, if there is a funding agency which is something different, and you are the person from this IPR on the IPR ground, that happens to be the big challenge for me. Then the litigation complexities. When it comes to litigation part, with regard to the multidisciplinary sustainable researches, the jurisdiction concern is of the prime importance, because where that wrong has happened, where that particular infringement has taken place on that land, that law is favoring to that infringement or not, the jurisdictional concern will in the cross border violation is very pretty much a challenge which is before us. The technical challenge in the evidences gathering, because if we are from the India and some wrong has happened in United Kingdom, in that case, that wrong, how it would not be practically possible for me as an Indian to go to the London and collect all the evidences, because I'm very new to that particular territory. It would be highly impracticable for me to collect all the evidences in support of my violation. Then conflict of public interest in environmentally beneficial technology. This is also one of the legal complexity. Now, opportunities for strengthening the IPR in sustainable innovations. So this happens one of the place where we can say that despite of all the challenges, few opportunities are still hidden therein. So one is an alternative IP model. We can build that patent pool and the open innovation platform, promoting the sustainable innovation through this alternative mode. We can grab this opportunity. Again, the humanitarian clause ensuring the public access to critical technology, and through the tiered licensing model increase the accessibility for the developing nation, so that granting the license to the multiple individuals from the different nation, we can have this alternate IP model we can establish. The second is institutional and policy support. We have to incorporate few strategical frameworks by a fast track patent program. When it comes to the sustainable innovation project, then can fast track that. University tech transfer innovation will be of a greater help, and public private IP partnership will go hand in hand and overcome from all these things. Now the third is the global harmonization, need for uniform worldwide intellectual property norms, but when it the practical application, it would be highly impossible. The initiatives like TRIPS flexibility support the green innovation, because TRIPS has came up strengthen the entire IP law of all the nation, because it is through the TRIPS medium, that is trade related aspect of intellectual property rights, have made it mandatory on the part of all the member nation. Those who happen to be the member of TRIPS, they have to incorporate their own sui generis system of intellectual property protection law. Because of that reason, we India have incorporated the different legislation in order to provide the protection to intellectual properties. I will briefly go into the case study, that is the Tesla's open patent strategy. The Tesla open EV patent in 2014 to promote the market growth, in increasing the EV adoption and industrial standard. So it will be of a greater help. Then the WIPO Green Technology Pool, it has laid down the very clear, very transparent platform for connecting the green technology creator with the partners for further collaborations. It supports the 3,500 clean innovation, facilitates the technology transfer know-how too. Then the third case I would like to mention briefly here is the IBM Eco Patent Commons. This particular thing has launched in the year 2008 to share the environmentally beneficial patents. All the patents which are having the environmental importance, that came under this particular. and it merged the WIPO green to continue the support through green innovation, so that the sustainable development, the protection of the environment, and how the patent will come picture will be the great concern under that thing. So in conclusion, I would like to just focus upon the IPR is having a very much crucial role in addressing the environment challenges, because through the granting the patent, by protecting the traditional knowledge of the all the medicinal plants, we are address we are having the intellectual property law is having the very crucial role in that. The second important thing is the cooperative models offers the solution for balancing the innovations and sustainability, and this is a very high time in this techno savvy world that we have to just have the concern upon this particular issue. The flexible strategies also is are having the essential for effective distribution of the sustainable technologies. So in order to achieve this all things, I would like to recommend there has to be the IP ownership, establish clear IP ownership agreement between the project, that who happens to be the inventor, who happens to be the application, in whose name the patent that we are file. The defensive publishing is also vital in that regard, using the defensive publication for the significant invention, so that we can stop any other person from using that particular innovations in their own domain. Advisory group plays having an advisory group, by establishing the advisory group for multidisciplinary IP advice for multidisciplinary field, the IP advisory group plays a very crucial role, so that they can advise, we can take the records from that IP panel, that what has to be in our interest, where that we can balance the training initiatives by promoting the IP trainer initiative, because till now also intellectual property awareness is not so far, but nowadays it is
Jump on
gaining
conclusion.
much
10
more
minutes over,
importance.
madam.
Yes,
10
and
minutes
dispute
over.
resolution and
Jump on
for yes
conclusion.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another person is, it is available Pantavane.
Yes,
It
sir.
is available Pantavane.
Yes, sir.
Upload a PPT. After the Pantavane, Nilab Sharma and Sukeshwani Thosre. Get ready.
Rohini Rai, sahi hai. Nilab Sharma Rai.
Nilab, Rohini, I have given 2 time chance. Please wait. After that, we will think. Jayashree Pantavane, please continue.
Yes. Am I audible to everyone?
Audio, please continue.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jayashree Pantavne. I am a PhD scholar, doing my PhD from SP College, SP Law College, Chandrapur. First of all, thank you, Havel Institute of Legal Studies and Wagmare sir and all the organizers for giving us this wonderful platform to present our papers. Okay, the title of my article is Legal Reforms and Justice Delivery Mechanism in India, a critical analysis through the lens of the Right to Information Act 2005. Legal reforms in India have undergone substantial transformations due to the emergence of democratic awareness and growing involvement of citizen in government. The Right to Information Act 2005 is a pivotal to this growth, serving as a potential legislative tool to enhance transparency, guarantee administrative accountability, and fortify justice delivery. So, the Indian legal reform scene is increasingly influenced by the rising desire for the openness and accountability and citizen engagement in governance. The Right to Information Act 2005 is a fundamental element of India's democratic and legal framework. The RTI Act has transformed the justice delivery system by empowering ordinary citizens to oversee state operations. Access to information is essential for fostering peace, justice. The Indian RTI Act framework, despite its difficulty, presents a robust paradigm for the integration of legal reforms, technical advancement, and sustainable development. Next is historical context. The colonial legal system was exclusionary and elitist. However, post-independence, India embarked on the significant endeavor of ensuring justice for all, especially through Article 14, 19, and 21. We all know that Article 14 is equality before law, 19 is freedom of speech, and Article 21 is protection of life and personal liberty. In the 90s, particularly, the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangatna in Rajasthan signified a pivotal role in the conversation surrounding justice. Their insistence on pay transparency in public works resulted in the acknowledgement that access to information is a prerequisite for attaining justice. This movement stimulated existence civil society activism, resulting in the passage of the RTA Act 2005. One second. Mechanism of justice delivery system. Okay, so as we all know that the justice delivery system in India consists of hierarchical judiciary, including the Supreme Court, High Court, and subordinate court, along with the quasi-judicial tribunals and administrative forums. Nonetheless, the structure, despite its complexity, encounters numerous operational difficulties. The challenges or the difficulties are pendency, legal literacy, bureaucracy, opacity, and access to affordability. Talking about the pendency, as of now, 2024, more than 50 million lawsuits are pending in the Indian courts. Procedural delays, insufficient court personnel, and the intricacies of litigation. It fosters a milieu in which a justice is frequently postponed and often denied. Next is legal illiteracy. Illiteracy. A considerable segment of India's population remains uninformed about their legal rights, or especially among the marginalized groups, including women, Dalits, and tribal population. Next is decision making in public administration frequently shows a deficiency in transparency. And access and affordability, talking about accessibility and affordability, legal services, particularly in rural regions, are both physically inaccessible and financially burdensome. The lack of legal assistance and language obstacles further intensify the marginalization of at-risk groups. The RTI Act functions as an equalizer. Facilitating access to government-held information reduces the barriers between justice and improves the accountability of public institutions. Next is RTI's role in legal empowerment. So the Right to Information Act 2005 serves not just as a governance mechanism, but also as a means of legal empowerment, particularly for marginalized groups. The application of RTI in rural regions to show discrepancy in social welfare programs, including the public distribution system, that is PDS, old age pensions, and Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Activists and people have utilized the Right to Information Act to get muster rolls, payment data, and fund allocation to expose corruption, resulting in administrative action and in certain instances, PIL. RTI request may constitute the initial measures for pursuing legal remedies. Citizens have frequently utilized RTI responses as administrable evidence in judicial and tribunal proceedings. And RTI facilitates both informal and formal justice delivery systems, enhancing the accessibility and responsiveness for the legal system. Next is case studies in legal reforms via RTI. So talking about electoral reforms, ADR cases, in one case like Union of India versus Association for Democratic Reforms, 2002, the Supreme Court affirmed that the ability to access the backgrounds of political candidates constitutes a basic right under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. Next is strengthening information commissions in Namit Sharma's case. In Namit Sharma versus Union of India, the Supreme Court scrutinized the constitutional characteristics of the Information Commission. Next is judicial transparency. In Subhash Chandra Agarwal versus Office of Chief Justice of India, in which Supreme Court determined that the Office of the Chief Justice qualifies as a public authority under the RTI. And this significant decision improved transparency within the judiciary, an institution historically regarded as impervious to outside scrutiny. Next is Public Welfare Accountability Fund is misused, exposed in education and health. In Delhi, RTI inquiries revealed the misappropriation of funds allocated for school infrastructure, leading to judicial intervention and administration reform. The next slide is technology and RTI. Technological advancement and RTI, rather. So the use of technology into RTI framework has been essentially in enhancing its scope and effectiveness. First is online portals. In 2013, the Government of India inaugurated the RTI online facility, allowing citizens to submit applications, monitor their status, and obtain response electronically. State level innovations, that is, states like Rajasthan, via program like Janasuchana, offer real-time access to welfare scheme information. The Bhumi portal in Karnataka and the Apla Sarkar initiative in Maharashtra have enhanced the accessibility of public records. AI applications and right to information. An increasing interest exists in employing AI-driven analytics for the processing of RTI data. These technologies can detect patterns of system delays, recurrent defaulters among departments, and obstructions in information flow. Obstacles of the digital divide. Extensive areas of rural India are deficient in digital literacy, connectivity, and infrastructure necessary for the successful utilization of online RTI services.
10 minutes over. Kindly jump on conclusion.
All right. Okay, so I conclude as the RTI Act has significantly transformed the legal Indian framework by enhancing transparency and enabling citizens to pursue justice. Despite ongoing obstacles, particularly regarding institutional resistance and privacy issues, the fundamental tenets of the Act continue to be pertinent and robust. Enacting the RTI framework is not merely a legal need, it is a democratic necessary in the pursuit of sustainable and inclusive development. Thank you.
Is this available? Nilab Sharma. We have uploaded the PPT. Hello.
Hello, sir. Can I upload the PPT after Neelam?
I would like to request all the participants. There is a my technical stream. Lunch time is going on. Lunch time
is my PPT visible?
Please wait, sir. Lunch time is going on. 1:30 to 2 o'clock, half hours you have to need to lunch hours. Stay here, do not leave, do not left. After the 2 o'clock, we will restart the PPT session.
Okay, sir.
It is a lunch time, 1:30 to 2 o'clock. Kindly stay, do not left. After the 1 hour, after half hour, we will get back to you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
गए चार्ज लिए तो
Okay, shall we begin now? So many people left.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, what is the good name?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Kindly upload your PPT.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Welcome back, all participants.
Yes, sir.
Visible.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please read your PPT.
Yes, sir. Nilab Sharma, Rohini Rai.
Please continue. Sukesh Soni, Thorse, get ready after this. Nilab, Rohini, Nilab.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready. Ready.
Sukesh Soni, please get ready.
रोहिणी रेडी.
हाँ, आपका रीड करो, पीपीटी रीड करो आपने. सुकेश ने आफ्टर द रोहिणी.
Okay, sir.
Sir, should Rohini start?
Please continue.
Yes, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून, आई एम रोहिणी राय. मेरा टॉपिक है लैक्टेटिंग वीमेन और उनके इन्फेंट्स के हेल्थ को अफेक्ट करने वाले फैक्टर्स. इसमें लैक्टेटिंग मदर के लिए पर्याप्त पोषण आवश्यक होता है, क्योंकि यह न केवल उनके स्वास्थ्य को बनाए रखता है बल्कि शिशु के विकास और स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है. बहुत सारी लैक्टेटिंग मदर को इस जानकारी का अभाव होता है कि उनको एक नॉर्मल लेडी से 300 से 500 अतिरिक्त कैलोरी की आवश्यकता होती है, जिसके लिए गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स चलाए जा रहे हैं, जिसमें एक प्रोग्राम है मदर एब्सोल्यूट अफेक्शन. इसके द्वारा बहुत मतलब लैक्टेटिंग मदर को ये बताया जाता है कि आपको मतलब अच्छा पोषण लेने से आपको और शिशु दोनों के लिए ही अच्छा होता है, जिसमें इसकी बहुत सारी विशेषताएं हैं. शिशु मृत्यु दर को कम किया है. इस कार्यक्रम के मकसद के तहत बोतल मिल्क के प्रयोग में भी कमी आई है, जो एक शिशु के लिए लाभदायक है. यह शिशु के उचित विकास और प्राकृतिक विकास में सहायक है. इस कार्यक्रम के द्वारा ये बताया जाता है कि लैक्टेटिंग कराने से शिशु और माँ दोनों ही एक दूसरे से नजदीक रहते हैं, और माँ को भी बहुत सारा फायदा होता है. जैसे माँ के तनाव में कमी आती है, ओवेरियन कैंसर का खतरा कम होता है, तथा गर्भावस्था में बढ़ा हुआ वजन भी कम होता है, और ऑस्टियोपोरोसिस से भी बचाव होता है. इसके इसके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, जैसे धात्री महिलाओं के सामाजिक आर्थिक स्तर को जानने का प्रयास करना, धात्री महिलाओं तथा उनके शिशु जो 0 से 12 मंथ के हैं का 24 आवर रिकॉल पद्धति के द्वारा आहारी सर्वेक्षण करना, धात्री महिलाओं तथा उनके शिशु के पोषक स्तर की जांच करके उनकी स्थिति जानने का प्रयास करना, और बायोकेमिकल टेस्ट के द्वारा उनके हीमोग्लोबिन स्तर की जांच करना. और इसका हाइपोथेसिस है, हमारे देश में कुपोषण एक आम समस्या है. ऐसे में धात्री महिलाओं और उनके शिशुओं में कुपोषण और खान पान का सही नहीं होने की प्रबल संभावना है. आईसीएमआर द्वारा अनुशंसित पोषक तत्व तालिका के अनुसार पोषक तत्वों को सही मात्रा में नहीं लेना, अधिकतर महिलाओं में हीमोग्लोबिन का स्तर औसत अनुसार कम संतोषजनक होने की प्रबल संभावना है. धात्री महिलाओं की सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थिति का उनके कुपोषण के लिए संबंधित रूप से जिम्मेदार होना. डाटा एनालिसिस, आंकड़ों का विश्लेषण. प्रस्तुत शोध में प्राथमिक रूप से महिलाओं और उनके बच्चों में पोषक तत्वों की कमी के प्रभाव को समझने के लिए अवलोकन एवं साक्षात्कार पद्धति से आंकड़ों का संग्रह किया जाएगा. इसमें पोषक स्तर तथा स्वास्थ्य पर इसके प्रभाव को देखा जाएगा. पोषक तत्वों के आंकड़ों का संग्रह 24 और रिकॉल पद्धति का प्रयोग करके किया जाएगा. इसमें व्याख्यात्मक कम विश्लेषणात्मक अनुसंधान का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं, जिसमें कुछ महिलाओं का जो घर में आहार लेती हैं वो पोषक तत्व से भरपूर है कि नहीं, इसकी जानकारी प्राप्त करना। यह शोध कार्य धनबाद के शहरी क्षेत्र में किया जाएगा, जिसमें 22 से 35 वर्ष की 300 धात्री महिलाओं तथा उनके 1 साल तक के बच्चों को इसमें शामिल किया जाएगा। इसमें मतलब निष्कर्ष में चर्चा है कि अध्ययन से पता चलता है कि धनबाद जिले में स्तनपान कराने वाली महिलाओं में आयरन, कैल्शियम और विटामिन की कमी एक आम बात है। इसका सीधा प्रभाव शिशुओं के विकास और स्वास्थ्य पर भी पड़ता है। परिणाम इसका ये है कि 60% महिलाओं में आयरन की कमी पाई गई है, 45% शिशुओं के विकास में देरी देखी गई है। सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थिति और शिक्षा का स्तर पोषण स्तर से सीधे जुड़ा हुआ है। कंक्लूजन, निष्कर्ष, स्तनपान कराने वाली महिलाओं में पोषक तत्वों की कमी एक गंभीर समस्या है, जिसका समाधान स्वास्थ्य और पोषण संबंधी जागरूकता कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। इसके लिए सुझाव और सिफारिशें निम्न है, जैसे पोषण संबंधी जागरूकता कार्यक्रमों को बढ़ावा देना, सरकारी योजनाओं का प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन करना, महिलाओं को पोषक आहार और सप्लीमेंट्स उपलब्ध कराना। भविष्य में भी इसकी संभावना है कि भविष्य में इस अध्ययन को अन्य जिलों और राज्यों में विस्तारित किया जा सकता है। साथ ही पोषण संबंधी हस्तक्षेपों के प्रभाव का मूल्यांकन किया जा सकता है। ये रेफरेंसेस है। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Is this available, Sukeshwani? Available, Sukeshwani? सुकेशनी अवेलेबल है क्या?
यस सर।
सुकेशनी आप पीपीटी आपका अपलोड कर लो।
जी सर। नमस्कार सर।
Are you going to prepare or you're uploading the PPT?
यस सर, मैं शेयर
Okay.
करती हूँ।
Okay.
सर 1 मिनट।
ओपन करून ठेवले ना.
हो सर, माझे जे पीपीटी ऑन नहीं होते हैं.
Sukeshani, I will
Yes, sir.
back to you. Another person, Bhagat madam, please continue.
ओके सर. यस सर, आई एम रेडी.
Bhagat madam, Pradhan Bhagat madam, upload your PPT.
यस सर. यस. शेअरचं ऑप्शन शेअर केल्यानंतर येत नाही आहे ते. एंटायर स्क्रीन
First, you
शेअर.
have to open your
यस सर.
PPT.
यस सर.
Yeah. No. You just share all the desktop. You do not share the desktop. You stop that sharing. Yes, it is citation patterns and
Sir,
research trends. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Can I go?
Please continue.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Mrs. Pradnya Bhagat. I am working as a librarian at Gondia since last 16 years, and I am also doing work as a research scholar at RTM in Nagpur University, Nagpur, and under the guidance of Dr. Devte sir. I have published a paper in this conference, and its title is Citation Pattern and Research Trends in Resonance Research Journal, a bibliometric study. In this study presents a comprehensive bibliometric analysis of Resonance Research Journal to map its scholarly impact, citation patterns, and involving research trends using data extract from 2001 to 2024. We analyze key metrics such as annual publications, citation contents, authorship patterns, geographical distributions of authors, and length of the articles. The finding reveal the journal growth trajectory, the citation impact shifts in the authorship pattern over time, and the changing length of articles in the Resonance Research Journal
The study not only benchmark research, resonance research journal academic influences, but also provides inactionable insights for future contributions and editors to align with trending research directions. The results contribute to scientific literature by highlighting how we journals drive knowledge dissemination in basic science. Yes, in this first slide, we can see the brief introductions about research. Then academic journals play a pi- pivotal role in the disseminating scientific knowledge, fostering scholarly communication, and shaping research trends within their respective fields. Resonance Research Journal as a specialized publication serves as a key platform for researchers to the shares advancements in the field of science and technology and covers all the basic sciences like physics, chemistry, biology, environmental science, and etc. Understanding the journal of influences citation patterns and involving research themes is essential for the assessing its scholarly impact and identifying emerging areas of interest. In view of the above, this investigation was carried out of assess the citation patterns and research trends in resonance research journal. There is a second slide, and we can see the research methodology of the study. To study the citation patterns and research trends in Resonance Research Journal, a systematic was carried out. Article published in the journal over a period 2001 to 2024 were collected and categorized based on their publication predictivity. All the categories were considered during the process of data extraction. Each issue was analyzed with the respect of the number articles published, authorship pattern, geographical distributions of authors, and length of articles published in the research journal. Quantitative data were collected for the frequency publications within each category. Statistical analysis of data was done with help of the various statistical tests and by using SPSS 18.0 software also. These slides we can see the some tables and charts that from the study results it is evident that the relatively more articles were published during this period in the research resonance journal. Then second table from the study of the table 2 shows information pretending the results evident the most of the articles published in resonance journal science education and study. Then in this table, we can see from the study result is evident that the most of the articles national authors were published in the Resonance Journal in Science Educations during 2001 to 2005 also. And then from the study result, it is evident that the most of the one pages were published in the Resonance Journal 2015 to 2016. There is some references and with conclusion is the study of number of articles published in resonance journal. From the study result it is evident that relatively more articles were published during 2001 and 2005 period in the resonance journal education. Authorship pattern of the articles published in research journals. In the view of study result it is evident that the most of the articles published in the resonance journal of science education during 2001 and 2005. And then geographical distributions of authors of the articles published during 2001 and 2024. In the backdrop of the study result it is evident that the most of the articles of national authors were published in the resonance journal of science education during 2001 and 2005. Then length of the articles published during 2001 to 2024 from the study result it is evident that the most of the one page articles were published in the resonance journal of science education during 2015 and 2016. So thank you, this is my presentation. Thank you for your times and attention, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Is this available, Sukeshini? Is this available, Sukeshini?
Yes, sir.
Please upload your PPT.
Yes, sir. सर मेरी जो आईडी है उससे खुल नहीं रहा है, तो मैं दूसरी आईडी से खोल सकती हूँ सर?
नहीं सर, नो प्रॉब्लम। आपको पीपीटी सिर्फ प्रेजेंट करना ये चाहिए अपने को।
ओके सर।
visible. Please continue.
ओके सर, थँक्यू. नमस्कार, माझं नाव सुकेश खनी आहे. माझं युनिव्हर्सिटीचं नाव संत तुकडोजी महाराज युनिव्हर्सिटी नागपूर आणि माझ्या गाईडचं नाव आहे मनीषा नागपुरे. सर्वात आधी मी सर्वांना खूप खूप शुभेच्छा देत आहे की त्यांनी खूप छान कॉन्फरन्स ऑर्गनाईज केलेली आहे. त्यानंतर माझ्या रिसर्च पेपरचं नाव आहे 1990 नंतरच्या स्त्रीवादी मराठी लेखकांच्या माझे कीवर्ड्स आहे कादंबरी, स्त्रियांचे अनुभव विश्व, त्यांचा व्यवहार, त्यांची जाणीवा असं मी घेतलेलं आहे. माझ्या सारांशमध्ये येत आहे 1990 नंतरच्या स्त्रीवादी मराठी लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीतील स्त्रियांच्या चित्रणात एक महत्वपूर्ण बदल दिसून येतो. या कालखंडातील कादंबऱ्यांमध्ये स्त्री ही पारंपरिक घरातून बाहेर निघून समाजाच्या विविध क्षेत्रात कार्यरत आहे. या कालखंडानंतरच्या लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीतून स्त्रियांना नवी स्वप्न, नवी आकांक्षा, नवी जीवन जगण्याची संधी दिलेली आहे. कादंबरीतील स्त्रिया शिक्षित, नोकरी करणाऱ्या, स्वावलंबी आहेत. त्या स्वतःचे निर्णय स्वतः घेण्यास सक्षम आहे, सशक्त, आत्मविश्वासपूर्ण आणि निडर आहेत. कोणत्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये टिकून राहायची हिंमत त्यांच्यात आहे. तसेच अन्यायाविरुद्ध टिकून राहायची हिंमत त्यांच्यात आहे. त्या अन्यायाविरुद्ध बंड करताना दिसतात. त्या बदललेल्या जीवनाचा आलेख 1990 नंतर स्त्रीवादी मराठी लेखिकांच्या आपल्या कादंबऱ्यातून मांडलेला आहे. मराठीतील स्त्रीवादी लेखिकांनी कादंबरी ह्या वाङ्मय प्रकारातून स्त्रीवादी जाणीवांची भान ठेवून स्त्री चित्रणाचे अनुभव विश्व साकार केलेले आहे. त्यातील स्त्रीवादी लेखन करणाऱ्या लेखिकामध्ये अनेक लेखिका असून त्यांचे योगदान नाकारता येणार नाही. त्यामध्ये 1990 नंतरच्या स्त्रीवादी मराठी लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीचे स्त्री चित्रणाचे अनुभव विश्व या शोध निबंधातून प्रामुख्याने मी कविता महाजन, सानिया, मेघना पेठे आणि अरुणा सभाने यांचे कादंबरीतील स्त्री चित्रणाचा अनुभव विश्वाचा आढावा घेण्यात येत आहे. प्रस्तावनामध्ये आहे मराठी साहित्याच्या वाटचालीतील कादंबरी या वाङ्मय प्रकाराला अत्यंत महत्वाचे स्थान आहे. 1990 नंतरच्या कालखंडात आशा बगे, अश्विनी धोंगडे, निर्मला देशपांडे, गौरी देशपांडे, तारा बनारसी, कविता महाजन, मेघना पेठे, सानिया आणि अजून पुष्कळ साऱ्या कादंबरीकार आहेत. या स्त्री कादंबरीकारांनी परंपरा अधिक समृद्ध व विकसित केलेली आहे. त्यांच्या कादंबरी लेखनात मराठी कथानकासोबतच निवेदन शैलीलाही विशेष महत्व आहे. या कालखंडातील लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीतून मानवी जीवन व्यवहाराचे वास्तव दर्शन आणि अधिक स्वरूपात आणि सखोलपणे घडते. कादंबरीतील घटना, व्यक्ती, वातावरण आणि निवेदन या घटकांच्या सहाय्याने मानवी जीवनाशी निगडीत असणाऱ्या वास्तवाचे विविध स्तरीय आणि संमिश्र स्वरूपाचे दर्शन 1990 नंतरच्या लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीमध्ये घडते. कविता महाजन, सानिया, मेघना पेठे आणि अरुणा सभाने ह्या लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीतील स्त्री चित्रणाचे अनुभव विश्व इतर स्त्रीवादी लेखिकांच्या अनुभव विश्वापेक्षा वेगळे आहे. माझे शोध निबंधाचे उद्दिष्ट आहे 1. 1990 नंतरच्या मराठी वाङ्मय प्रकाराच्या प्रेरणा व प्रभाव समजून घेणे. दुसरं आहे 1990 नंतरच्या मराठी वाङ्मय प्रकारातील कविता महाजन, सानिया, मेघना पेठे आणि अरुणा सभाने यांचे स्थान अधोरेखित करणे. तिसरं आहे 1990 नंतरच्या कालखंडातील स्त्रीवादी लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीतून आलेल्या स्त्रियांच्या अनुभव विश्वातील विविधतेची ओळख करून देणे. चौथं आहे 1990 नंतरच्या कालखंडातील स्त्रीवादी लेखिकांच्या अनुभव विश्वासे मराठी साहित्यात कोणती भर घातली याचा शोध घेणे आहे. पाचवं आहे वाचकांची अभिरुची विकसित करण्यात या लेखिकांच्या कादंबरीचे योगदान अभ्यासणे आहे. हे अभ्यासल्यानंतर माझे कन्क्लुजन हे निघते की पहिलं निघते की या सर्वच लेखिकांनी आपल्या कादंबरीतून स्त्रीचे अस्तित्व, स्त्रीची भावना ह्यांची आशय द्रव्याची गंभीर चिकित्सा आपल्या कादंबऱ्यातून करताना दिसतात. दुसरं निघालेलं आहे अरुणा सभाने यांच्या आपल्या दोन्ही कादंबऱ्यातून स्त्री वास्तवाचे भान आणि कलाकृती लक्षात जीवनकृतीचे आभासी रूप आहे. तसेच कादंबरीतून वास्तववादी आणि समाजनिष्ठ असा रूपबंध आपल्याला दिसून येतो. या सर्वच लेखिकांच्या कादंबऱ्यातून एक स्त्री पात्र, स्त्रीमन त्यांच्या कृतीतून व्यक्त होताना आधुनिक स्त्री जीवनाचे सकारात्मक आणि विधायक रूप त्यांनी अधोरेखित केलेले आहे.
या कादंबरीतून मध्यमवर्गीय आणि पांढरपेशा स्त्रीचे भावविश्व आणि जगण्याच्या आकांक्षा संकुचित आदर्शाशी स्वप्नवत असताना हेच अभ्यासमय वास्तव स्त्रियांच्या कादंबरीतून साकार होताना दिसते. धन्यवाद.
The participants who want to do the next presentation. The participants who want to do the next presentation. Sukishini madam, remove the PPT.
Okay, sir.
Dear participant who want to do the next presentation.
Sir, I can do it. I've already sent the PPT recording, but still if there's a need, I could do it.
Could you please upload your PPT?
I've already okay, now? Okay, sure.
Allow me.
सर मला पण करायचं आहे वैशाली पाटील.
After this, madam.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Kindly note that all the participants, after the PPT presentation, all 6 or 7 or 8 hours conference recording will be uploaded on my YouTube channel as well as the YouTube channel of the Havel Institute of Legal Studies. Whenever you just appear for pre-viva or pre-thesis submission, that time they can be asked for that. Where are you presented your paper? Kindly note this and consider, and according to that, share your PPT, upload your PPT, and present your PPT. Thank you. Madam, please continue.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this wonderful international conference organized by the Haveli Institute. And thank you to Wagmare Brothers for giving me this opportunity. Today, I will be presenting my paper on reclaiming voice and reaffirming the identity, language politics, and the post-colonial cultural narratives in the digital humanities era. I'm Renu Garg, and I'm a research scholar at the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at the Vivekanand Global University in Jaipur, Rajasthan. So let me quickly give you an overview of the study that it explores the digital platform's role in reshaping the post-colonial language politics and the cultural identity. Now, post-colonial cultures experience linguistic erasure in the global media. The digital platforms often reinforce colonial hierarchies. And the research question here is, how do digital environments affect post-colonial identity reclamation? And the focus is on indigenous storytelling, linguistic resistance, and the digital humanities. The methodology that was adopted was digital ethnography and the critical discourse analysis. Around 2,500 artifacts, that is from X, formerly known as Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram were used. The geographies that I focused on was India, Nigeria, and the Caribbean. And the tools were NVivo, Ancock, Voyant, and visual semiotics. The themes coded were code switching, cultural memory, and protest. So this study employs a qualitative digital ethnography supported by critical disclosure analysis to explore how digital platforms are reshaping post-colonial cultural identity and language politics. So the corpus details are that we analyzed around 2,500 user-generated artifacts over 12 weeks period, that is from January to March 2025, and collected from 3 key data digital platforms, that is X and Instagram and YouTube. The regions were carefully selected, like India, Nigeria, and Caribbean, because all of them are multilingual post-colonial societies with robust traditions of storytelling and active digital presence. The sampling approach was purposive, not random. I focused on content that explicitly showcased code switching between indigenous languages and English, vernacular expressions, use of decolonial hashtags, that is reclaim your language, Afro-digital, and the storytelling rooted in protest, memory, and hybridality. The variable tools included en vivo, that included linguistic measures, the language mode, code switching density, lexical borrowing, and the vernacular creativity. And cultural identity markers were themes, narrative modes, use of platforms, native features like memes, the visual symbolic strategies, and the tools again, and ANCOC and Voyant tools for corpus linguistic and word pattern recognition, visual semiotic analysis for decoding symbolic imagery, and the textual fusion. Triangulation was ensured by comparing patterns across platforms, across geographies, and through peer validation with scholars from each region. This comprehensive interdisciplinary design ensured a robust depth and contextual nuance in understanding digital cultural expressions. Now, I'll take you to the key findings. So the key findings that came out of this study included linguistic practices where 62.4% code switching was observed, and mainly in the Nigerian area, which led with 70.2%. The identity themes had 42% heritage reclamation, 35% resistance, and 23% hybrid identity. The visual strategy was that 67% used cultural visuals, multilingual hashtags that boost their reach. The keyword trends: cultural identity, language power, and memory and self. Now, let me take you through the core findings. Those were organized into 4 major themes. One was the linguistic practices, where code switching was prevalent in 62.4% of all the code content that was studied. This shows how users toggle between English and local languages, not just to communicate, but to assert the hybrid identity. The highest code switching was observed in Nigeria with 70.2%, followed by India with 61.5%, and the Caribbean with 55.9%. So 21.1% of the posts were exclusively in vernacular, while only 16.5% were fully in English. This highlights a clear linguistic resistance to the colonial language dominance. Second was the cultural identity themes that came out here. 3 dominant narrative strands emerged. One was reclamation of the heritage and language, which was 42%, and post emphasized ancestral language, oral traditions, and the cultural pride. Digital protest and resistance was 35%, where the critique of colonial legacies using satire, remix, cultural, and memes were used. Hybrid identity assertion was 23%, seamlessly blending the digital fluency with local roots, creating a third space, as quoted by Bhabha. Visual linguistic strategies were 67% of the Instagram post used culturally coded visuals, tribal landmarks, through clothing, through symbolic rituals. Local language hashtags like Azadi, Omo Ninja, or indigenous voices were paired with English for dual audience reach. Image and text fusions was very high. Users deliberately merged the captions and the visuals to strengthen the message impact. Corpus linguistic insight shows that keyword and the keyword analysis reveal that repeated patterns around terms like colonial erasure, language power, memory and self, and digital identity were predominant. Platform-specific findings were fascinating, as X favored activist terms like power language, while YouTube emphasized memory-laden phrases like my grandmother's story, pointing to how different platforms shape identity expression differently. These findings together affirm that digital platforms are not neutral. They are spaces of contestation. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. That is, the discussion was on that the platforms are dual terrain, establishing 1 minute. Enabling the resistance and reinforcing the control, supports post-colonial theories, and the users transform platforms into sites of native sovereignty. I'll quickly run you through the conclusion and the implications that digital spaces empower marginalized voices, reclaiming identity via visuals, vernacular, and multimodal narratives. The policy needs that linguistics justice is there in technology, and the future scope is seen in AI and participatory archives and longitudinal studies. And those are the references. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Who would like to be the next presenter?
Thank you.
Please, research scholar, upload your PPT.
सर मी वैशाली पाटील.
वैशाली बेटे, आप क्या करना, ये आपने डेस्कटॉप शेयर किया है, उसको मत शेयर करना. पहला ओपन आपका पीपीटी करना, पीपीटी के बाद में जूम में जाना, फिर उधर शेयर का बटन है ग्रीन कलर का, उसको क्लिक करना. क्लिक करने के बाद में फिर से आपको एक डेस्कटॉप दिखेगा, इसमें आपका पीपीटी दिखेगा, उसको डबल क्लिक करना.
So may I present?
वैशाली पाटिल, आपका आ रहा है क्या? मैं दूसरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी
सर
दूं?
अभी क्या करने गए? पीपीटी में गए बाद में.
पीपीटी ओपन करना, उसके बाद में
हाँ.
जूम में जाना. जूम में जाने के बाद में आपको वो डेस्कटॉप दिखेगा, डेस्कटॉप के अंदर आपका पीपीटी दिखेगा, उसको डबल क्लिक करना.
ये सब नहीं है साथ के बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज को कोई भी कभी भी शिकार बना सकता है.
May I give this opportunity to another person?
इसीलिए कैमरा रोलिंग. अब तैयार हो जाओ, फर्स्ट टेक में ही शॉट ओके होना चाहिए. ओके, सीन 23 कट 6 टेक 1 एंड एक्शन.
ये हम दूसरे को
हाँ सर. हाँ ठीक है ना सर.
आप क्या करना, आप उसमें जरा आपका प्रैक्टिस कर लेना. हाँ, ये टाइम जा रहा है आपका. हाँ, आ गया भगत ना?
हाँ.
आपका नाम भगत है क्या?
नहीं वैशाली पाटिल.
ओके. आपने भगत कौन है? उन्होंने अपलोड किया था ना अभी?
हो गया सर.
प्रज्ञा भगत.
हो गया उनका.
आपका हो
सर
गया?
मैंने अपलोड किया था. प्रज्ञा भगत हो गया मेरा सर.
Okay, who's the next presenter who want to do presentation?
So me, Mehak Patel.
महक पटेल, आपका पीपीटी अपलोड करो.
Yes sir.
वैशाली मैम प्लीज कॉल मी.
हो.
Good morning. My name is Mehak Patel, and I'm I'm a second year LLB student. So this is my first time presenting a research before you. So please forgive my mistakes. This is my first attempt at a research. I'm not here to give you a speech. I'm here to give you a mirror, to show you a country where women walk fast, breathe shallow, clutch keys between fingers, avoid eye contact, switch routes, wear earphones just to survive the street. I'm here to talk about what happens in plain sight and how the law, the police, and the people around us look away. CNN News 18 shared a very strong, truthful story, the She Shakti story. Let's start with the truth. 72% of women aged 16 to 45 across 30 Indian cities have faced street harassment in the past year. Out of them, 62 were verbally harassed, called sluts, item, baby. 43 were touched without consent on buses, in temples, at railway stations. 31% were stalked or followed. And 91% of them never filed a complaint. Not because they didn't want justice, but because they already learned the rules. Don't complain, you'll be blamed. Don't react, you'll be punished. Don't expect the police to care. They'll laugh, dismiss, or worse, say boys will be boys. We keep telling women to be safe, but we never tell men to be decent or the system to be accountable. And what does our brand new criminal code, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita 2023, do? Nothing. Street harassment doesn't even have a name in Indian law. Instead, we rely on phrases like outraging the modesty of a woman. Modesty? What is that? A girl's modesty is not what's being outraged. Her safety is. Her dignity is. Her fundamental rights under Articles 14, 15, and 21 are. We are trying to fight 21st century violence with 19th century language. Worse, most of these crimes are non cognizable, which means no arrest, no FIR, or no help. Just a long queue of women and girls turned away at police stations being told to adjust. This is not legal gap. This is legal gaslighting. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is waking up. The UK in 2023 criminalized sex based public harassment. 2 years of jail for following catcalling or sexually charged gestures. Even they have trained the police for understanding the victim. France finds harassers on the spot. No complaint required. You make a woman uncomfortable, you pay. Then and there. Even the UAE, a conservative country, has laws that punish verbal gestures, stalking, and sexual intimidation with up to 2 years imprisonment. And India? India asks the survivor, are you sure it was accident? Forgive them. They're just kids. Next time, dress more carefully. Let me say this clearly. This isn't cultural, it's criminal. So, what must we do? We don't need token campaigns, we need law with teeth. Enact a standalone anti street harassment law. Replace outdated terms like modesty with dignity, autonomy, and bodily integrity. Enable on the spot fines. Let every leering face know there's a price. Make sure the law inclusive of all genders and sexualities. And most of all, mandate trauma informed training for every police officer in India. Because right now, the system protects the predator, not the girl clutching her dupatta tighter as footsteps follow the down the street. Let me leave you with this. A 17-year-old girl wearing a school uniform, waiting at a bus stop. A man on a bike slows down, stares at her chest, calls her baby. People see, no one intervenes. She gets on the bus. She stands the whole time. And from that day on, she changes her route forever. That's how it starts. Not with blood, but with silence. The silence of the bystander, the silence of the police, the silence of the law. Every time we ignore street harassment, we tell women, this country is not yours. But it is. And we refuse to walk faster. head down, shoulders hunched. We want to walk free. And what we want, the law to walk beside us. Let the law no longer ask women to be brave. Let it finally be brave for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation. Who want to do the next presentation? Kindly remove your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Dear participants, who want to do the next presentation?
Sir, can I do? Vaishali Kale.
Madam, please continue. Upload your PPT.
Yes.
First, open your PPT. Then go to
Okay,
the
sir. Then start sharing.
plus no, you are
Actually, I had opened it. The problem is, sir, I had already recorded, so it might start playing the recording. I'll just check once. I don't know how it will appear in. Is it visible, sir?
is visible. Custom
Yeah, am I?
WDNN for COVID-19 detection.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Please continue.
My God, that was.
Mahek Patel. Yes, please continue, madam.
Sorry, sir.
Please
Yes.
continue.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Professor Vaishali Kale. I am delighted to present our research title, Custom-Wide and Deep Neural Network for COVID-19 Detection from CT Scan Images. This work is a collaborative effort between myself and Professor Parshuram Bandigidat sir from Rani Chennamma University, Belgavi. In this presentation, I'll walk you through the motivation behind our research, the proposed architecture, the results we achieved, and its potential future application. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the urgent need for quick, reliable, and scalable diagnostic tools. Manual interpretation of CT scans by doctors is time consuming and can be error prone sometimes, especially during peak surges when there is an urgent need and lot many cases. That's where the AI steps in and can be very helpful. Image processing techniques using digital image processing is very helpful in this regard. We developed a custom-wide and deep neural network from scratch. Unlike many studies that have already developed and that rely on pre-trained models like VGG19 or ResNet50. Our model, with a dual branch architecture and unique component called the expand dim layer, processes CT scans in real time with over 99.5% accuracy, making it both accurate and clinically interpretable. To train a reliable model, we actually require a nice data set which is diverse and qualitative. We used a data set of around 15,000 CT scan images collected from Lakeview Hospital, Belgavi and Kaggle. The data was balanced across COVID and non-COVID categories to avoid bias in the result. We also applied grayscale conversion to the images, noise reduction, and normalization to enhance the image quality. To improve the generalization, we implemented real-time data augmentation. So augmentation is a process wherein the same data can be artificially prepared or you can say it can be expanded by applying the processes like rotation, zoom, and flipping, helping the model adapt to varied scanning conditions. Our proposed architecture is called WDNN, that is Wide and Deep Neural Network. It features a dual branch design. The wide path captures global intensity-based patterns across the whole image, and the deep path uses convolutional layers to extract hierarchical and spatial features. What's special in our custom expanding layer, which enriches feature representation by expanding dimensional space? This allows the model to detect even subtle patterns unique to COVID-19. And there are similar patterns for the pneumonia infection also. So COVID-19 peculiar pattern, actually the infection lies across the bilateral and the peripheral regions. This model is trained from scratch, unlike the other models wherein they have used pre-trained transfer learning. This helped us build a domain-specific model tailored for medical imaging. We rigorously evaluated our model using standard metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. So the accuracy was achieved to 99.57%, precision was achieved to 99.31%, recall was 99.68%, and F1 score to 99.47%.
Hello?
These results
हाँ
significantly
हाँ बोला ना
outperform
बोला बोला
popular pre-trained models. Excuse me, there is some disturbance. Outperformed popular pre-trained models like VGG19, which maxed out at around 97.3%. Also, our confusion matrix, which you can see on the slide below, it shows that there are minimal false positive and false negatives, indicating both high sensitivity. This level of performance makes a model clinically viable and suitable for real-time screening. In conclusion, our research shows that custom-built deep learning models can outperform other techniques which are already being used by the researchers, especially in specialized domains like medical imaging. The WDNN architecture proves highly effective for COVID-19 classification using CT scans. Going forward, we plan to scale this model to larger multi-institutional data sets. We also will try to incorporate additional imaging modalities like X-rays, integrate explainable AI features to assist clinicians in understanding the model's predictions. With this, I conclude. Thank you for your attention, and I also thank the organizers for giving us such nice platform. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Kindly remove your PPT plus.
Yes.
Participant, do you want to present your PPT? Participants, do you want to present your PPT? Vaishali Kale, madam, remove your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Joshi, sir, are you there? Sanjay Joshi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kindly upload your PPT.
Yes, sir.
So is it removed? Mine?
Yeah, it is now removed.
Yes.
Joshi, sir, are you using mobile or laptop?
Laptop, sir.
Yes, visible. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Public health in India.
Your face is not recognized. Your video is off. Kindly on it.
Sir.
Turn on
Some,
it.
sir, network problem, sir.
Okay, please continue.
Ji, sir.
Sir, please continue.
Yes, sir.
आपका पीपीटी आप रीड करो सर.
जी सर, वो थोड़ा नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम है सर। तो भारतीय स्वास्थ्य सेवा क्षेत्र को सेवाओं की पहुंच, गुणवत्ता और सामर्थ्य को प्रभावित करने वाली कई चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। मुख्य मुद्दों में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के बीच संसाधनों का असमान वितरण, अपर्याप्त स्वास्थ्य सेवा योजना, अपर्याप्त भौतिक अवसंरचना और प्रशिक्षित चिकित्सा कर्मियों की कमी शामिल है। कम बीमा पेट और उच्च उपचार लागत के साथ बीमारी का बढ़ता बोझ स्थिति को और खराब कर देता है, जबकि एक अनियमित निजी क्षेत्र परिदृश्य को और जटिल बना देता है। भारत में स्वास्थ्य सेवा परिणामों को बेहतर बनाने के लिए नीति सुधार और बेहतर संसाधन आवंटन को शामिल करने वाला एक व्यापक दृष्टिकोण आवश्यक है। भारत में खराब स्वास्थ्य एक बड़ी समस्या है जो कई स्वास्थ्य समस्याओं में योगदान देती है। भारत में खराब स्वास्थ्य के 3 कारण निम्नलिखित है। उच्च जन्म दर, हम देखते हैं कि अभी वर्ल्ड में फर्स्ट नंबर पे आ गए हैं। और जनसंख्या की तीव्र वृद्धि हो रही है। और दूसरा है वो जनसंख्या की गणना और बढ़ रही है, तो उसमें कुपोषण आएगा ही। और अस्वच्छ स्थिति और आवास, कई जगह पे ऐसा होता है कि इतनी गंदी हालत में सब लोग रह रहे हैं। झोपड़पट्टी है, अपनी धारावी देख लो। और पूरे इंडिया में, धारावी तो एक सैंपल है, पूरे इंडिया में कहीं गांव में झोपड़पट्टी में लोग रहे हैं, तो वो भी रोग को जन्म देती है। संक्रामक रोग में हमने देखा था कि कौन कौन से संक्रामक रोग है। अभी कोरोना की स्थिति जारी है। और उसमें दूसरे गैर संक्रामक रोग भी शामिल है। पोषण संबंधी समस्याएं भी है, पर्यावरण स्वच्छता समस्याएं भी है, चिकित्सा देखभाल समस्या भी है, जनसंख्या समस्या है। संक्रामक रोग समस्या है, भारत में प्रमुख समस्या है, लेकिन उनमें कई संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका जैसे विकसित देशों में नियंत्रित किया जाता है। यह अनुमान लगाया गया है कि भारत में लगभग 54% मौतें संक्रामक रोगों के कारण होती है। इसमें मलेरिया है, टीबी है, डायरिया है, तीव्र श्वसन संक्रमण है, कुष्ठ रोग है, एड्स है, कोरोना है। हम कोरोना में देख चुके हैं कि कितने लोग मर गए थे। अभी जारी है, वो जारी है। गैर संचारी रोग समस्या है। एनसीडी दुनिया में मृत्यु का प्रमुख कारण है, जो 2008 में हुई 57 मिलियन मौतों में से 63% के लिए जिम्मेदार है। इनमें से अधिकांश मौतें हृदय संबंधी बीमारियों और मधुमेह, कैंसर और पुरानी श्वसन संबंधी बीमारियों के कारण होती है। गैर संचारी रोगों के कारण होने वाली सभी मौतों में से 9 मिलियन से अधिक 60 वर्ष की आयु से पहले होती है। तंबाकू का सेवन, शारीरिक निष्क्रियता और अस्वास्थ्यकर आहार सहित व्यवहार संबंधी जोखिम कारक कोरोनरी हृदय रोग और सेरेब्रोवास्कुलर रोग के लगभग 80% के लिए जिम्मेदार है। गैर संचारी रोगों के कारण लाखों मौतें होती है, जिन्हें जन जागरूकता और भागीदारी को बढ़ावा देकर रोका जा सकता है। गैर संचारी रोगों को नियंत्रित कैसे करें? तो तंबाकू विरोधी सख्त नियंत्रण होना चाहिए। धूम्रपान को भी बैन करना चाहिए। स्वस्थ आहार को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। शारीरिक गतिविधि को बढ़ाना देना चाहिए। अभी इंडिया में फिट इंडिया का जो चल रहा है वो बहुत ही बढ़िया है। शराब का सेवन कम करना या बंद करना, लोगों की आवश्यक स्वास्थ्य देखभाल तक पहुंच में सुधार करना, पोषण संबंधी समस्याएं। डब्ल्यूएचओ के अनुसार कुपोषण का अर्थ है किसी व्यक्ति के ऊर्जा और या पोषक तत्वों के सेवन में कमी, अधिकता या असंतुलन। कुपोषण में 2 प्रकार के हैं, अल्प पोषण और अति पोषण। अल्प पोषण में भी वही प्रॉब्लम होता है, अति पोषण में भी वही प्रॉब्लम होता है। पर्यावरण स्वच्छता समस्या, हमारे देश में पर्यावरण स्वच्छता सबसे कठिन समस्या है, जो बहुआयामी है। भारत में बहु प्रमुख पर्यावरण समस्या है। वायु और जल प्रदूषण, प्राकृतिक संसाधनों की कमी, अपशिष्ट निपटान और स्वच्छता के निम्न स्तर के कारण मिट्टी प्रदूषण और कीड़े, मक्खियों और कृतंकों के प्रजनन स्थल बनते हैं। ध्वनि प्रदूषण, यातायात का दबाव, भूमि का क्षरण, औद्योगिकरण और शहरीकरण, विकिरण खतरे, कृषि में उर्वरकों और रसायनों का अत्यधिक उपयोग, वनों का विनाश, बढ़ती जनसंख्या, गरीबी, अशिक्षा, बेरोजगारी, पर्यावरण संबंधी समस्याओं और बढ़ाती है।
सर आपका 10 मिनट
चिकित्सा
हो गया सर।
जी सर,
कंक्लूजन, जंप ऑन कंक्लूजन।
जी सर, थैंक यू सर।
हो गया आपका?
जी जी सर।
ओके, हु वांट टू डू नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन?
सर मी करून बघते जमतं की काय.
सर आय एम
Tamidenthal.
yes sir
Are you from?
yes sir
Are you from
from Pondicherry sir.
Pondicherry?
तर
Yeah.
हॅलो सर.
Okay, Vaishali Patil madam, please continue.
सर माझी पीपीटी दिसत आहे.
Yes, visible. Please continue.
थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू. मी वैशाली पाटील, चक्रपाणी कला महाविद्यालय. माझा सब्जेक्ट माझ्या पीएचडीच्या विषयाशी संबंधित आहे. डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषी विद्यापीठीय ग्रंथालय एक अभ्यास. माझे गाईड आहेत धनंजय देवटे सर. ग्रंथालये ही सर्व शैक्षणिक संस्थांची माहिती केंद्रे म्हणून ओळखली जातात आणि म्हणूनच एक शैक्षणिक, संशोधनात्मक आणि बौद्धिक गरजांची पूर्ती करणारी आवश्यक अशी संस्था म्हणजे ग्रंथालय. आजच्या आधुनिक आणि तंत्रज्ञानावर आधारित जगात खऱ्या आणि तात्काळ माहितीचे केंद्रे म्हणून ओळखली जातात आणि त्याद्वारे माहितीचे व्यवस्थापन होते आणि ग्रंथांचे वर्गीकरण, माहितीची सहज उपलब्धता, आपल्याला ई साधने, डेटाबेस, माहिती पुनर्प्राप्ती, तसेच वाचन, अभ्यास, संशोधनासाठी लागणाऱ्या सर्व सोयी आपल्याला ग्रंथालयातून प्राप्त होऊ शकतात. जगभरातील सर्व संस्कृतीमध्ये कृषी ग्रंथालये ही महत्वाची ग्रंथालये आहेत. ओळखली जातात. आधुनिक जग, जागतिक व्यापार आणि जगभरातील लोकांशी संवाद साधण्यात गुंतले आहे. माहितीच्या प्रसारणाचे महत्त्व ओळखून ग्रंथालय सेवा मूलभूत मूल्य इतकेच महत्वाचे आहेत हे देखील आपल्याला बघितलं पाहिजे. कृषी विद्यापीठ भारतीय कृषी विद्यापीठे शिक्षण, संशोधन आणि विस्तार सेवामध्ये महत्वाची भूमिका बजावतात. देशाच्या कृषी प्रगती आणि अन्न सुरक्षेत लक्षणीय योगदान देताना या दिसतात. या संस्था व्यापक शिक्षण अनुभव देतात. विद्यार्थ्यांना प्रत्यक्ष प्रशिक्षण, अत्याधुनिक संशोधन संधी आणि आधुनिक शेतीसाठी आवश्यक असलेली व्यावहारिक कौशल्य सुद्धा प्रदान करतात. भारतातील बहुतांश राज्य ही कृषी विद्यापीठासह प्रत्येकी प्रादेशिक पिके, हवामान आणि शेती पद्धतीवर अवलंबून आहेत. ते शाश्वत शेतीला प्रोत्साहन देतात, स्थानिक गरजा पूर्ण करतात. भारतीय कृषी संशोधन संस्था, पंजाब कृषी विद्यापीठ आणि तामिळनाडू कृषी विद्यापीठ यासारख्या उल्लेखनीय संस्थांनी संशोधनात पुढाकार घेतलेला आपल्याला दिसतो. उच्च उत्पादन देणाऱ्या पिकाच्या जास्तीत जास्त यांनी विकसित केलेल्या आहेत वेगवेगळ्या प्रजाती. अन्न विज्ञान आणि पर्यावरणीय शाश्वतेमध्ये भविष्यातील नेत्यांना घडवणारे ही विद्यापीठे नेहमी कृषी आव्हानांना तोंड देत असतात. पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषी विद्यापीठ हे विद्यापीठ 20 ऑक्टोबर 1969 रोजी अकोला येथे स्थापन करण्यात आले. हे विद्यापीठ विदर्भातील 11 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये कृषी क्षेत्रातील शिक्षण, संशोधन, शेतीविषयक ज्ञान प्रसारण व बियाण्याचे मूळ व सुधारित उत्पादन यासाठी कार्यरत आहे. हे विद्यापीठ पंजाबराव देशमुख यांच्या नावाने ओळखले जाते. ते स्वातंत्र्यपूर्व काळातील एक नामवंत समाजसुधारक व स्वतंत्र भारताचे पहिले कृषी मंत्री होते. त्यांनी देशातील शेतकऱ्यांचे जीवनमान उंचावण्यासाठी अत्यंत मोलाचे कार्य केले. त्यांच्या या योगदानाच्या समर्थनार्थ या विद्यापीठाला त्यांचे नाव देण्यात आलेले आहे. मी माझ्या पीएचडीचा डाटा कलेक्शन करण्याच्या संदर्भात या ग्रंथालयाला भेट दिली असता त्यातला हा एक फोटो. मध्यवर्ती ग्रंथालय असे आहे की पंजाबराव कृषी देशमुख विद्यापीठ मध्यवर्ती ग्रंथालय व माहिती केंद्राची स्थापना 1969 साली अकोल्यात झाली. 80 मध्ये पदव्युत्तर शिक्षण व संशोधन संस्थेच्या मुख्य इमारतीत हलवण्यात आले. हे ग्रंथालय सुमारे 72,825 चौरस फूट क्षेत्रफळात असून 52,435 चौरस फूट वापरयोग्य जागा आहे. ते कृषी, पशुवैद्य, कृषी अभियांत्रिकी, कृषी जैवतंत्रज्ञान, शुद्ध अनुप्रयुक्त विज्ञान तसेच FAOच्या विशेष संग्रहासह इतर संलग्न विषयावरील 1,57,000हून अधिक पुस्तके या ग्रंथालयात आपल्याला बघायला मिळतात. याशिवाय विविध संस्थानाकडून भेटवस्तू रूपात सुद्धा त्यांना 150हून अधिक नियतकालिके प्राप्त झालेली आहेत. 87 पासून हे ग्रंथालय FAOच्या प्रकाशनाचे अधिकृत साठागृह आहे. हे विदर्भातील सर्वात मोठे कृषी माहिती स्रोत म्हणून राज्यातील अनेक वैज्ञानिक, सामाजिक व ऐतिहासिक संशोधनासाठी उपयुक्त असं ग्रंथालय आहे. या ग्रंथालयामध्ये संशोधनासाठी अत्यंत उपयुक्त अशा विविध पुस्तके, ग्रंथ विद्यार्थ्यांनी व संशोधकांनी सक्रियपणे लाभ घेतलेला आहे. गृह वाचनासाठी एकूण 7,800 पुस्तके नियमित वाचनगृहा संदर्भासाठी वापरण्यात येतात किंवा देण्यात येतात. ही आकडेवारी दर्शवते की ग्रंथालयातील अभ्यासक वर्ग आहे तो अत्यंत महत्वाचा आहे. ग्रंथालयात 200 विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी वाचन क्षमता असून वर्षभरात 1935 विद्यार्थ्यांनी वाचनगृह वापरलेले असं दिसून येते. दुसऱ्या बाजूला संदर्भ विभागात विश्वकोश, शब्दकोश, हँडबुक्स, नकाशे, निर्देशिका, वर्ष पुस्तकांचा समावेश असून साहित्य, विशेषतः प्रबंधलेखन, सखोल अभ्यास व विश्लेषणासाठी आवश्यक आहे. याशिवाय फोटोस्टेट, झेरॉक्स कॉपी सेवेद्वारे झेरॉक्स सेवा रिप्रोग्राफी सर्व्हिसेसद्वारे 2013-14 मध्ये 13,312 प्रती आणि त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा हा आकडा वाढलेला आपल्याला दिसून येतो. या ग्रंथालयामध्ये मेंबरशिप ही युजी स्टुडंटसाठी युजी स्टुडंटचे विद्यार्थी 1,339 आहेत, पीजीचे 446, पीएचडी स्टुडंट 126, स्टाफ 9, कॅज्युअल मेंबर्स 76. अशा प्रकारे एकूण येथील सदस्य संख्या ही आपल्याला 2,000च्या वर आढळून येते. या लायब्ररीमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या सर्व्हिसेस प्रोव्हाइड केल्या जातात. त्यामध्ये रेफरन्स अँड इन्फॉर्मेशन, लँडिंग सर्व्हिस, रिप्रोग्राफिक सर्व्हिस, बिब्लिओग्राफिकल सर्व्हिस, करंट अवेअरनेस सर्व्हिस, सिलेक्टिव्ह डिसेमिनेशन सर्व्हिस, न्यूजपेपर क्लिपिंग, इंटर लायब्ररी लोन सर्व्हिस आणि कम्प्युटराइज सर्व्हिस सुद्धा दिल्या जातात. या कम्प्युटराइज सर्व्हिसेस मध्ये या CD रोम डाटाबेस, कृषी प्रभा, कृषी कोड बूट, बिब्लिओग्राफिकल डाटाबेस, ऑनलाईन पब्लिक ऍक्सेस याद्वारे हे ग्रंथालय आपल्या ग्रंथालयातून वेगवेगळ्या सर्व्हिसेस वाचकांसाठी प्रोव्हाइड करतात. माहिती तंत्रज्ञानावर आधारित ही सेवा आहे जी ऑनलाईन सुद्धा घरी बसून आपल्याला ऍक्सेस सुद्धा दिला जातो. त्यामध्ये ऑनलाईन डेटाबेस मध्ये सुमारे 15,000 ते 20,000 मुक्त प्रवेश जर्नल्स आपल्याला इथे पाहायला मिळतात. CD रोम डेटाबेस आहे आणि 16,159 पुस्तके व दस्तऐवज, त्यात ई शोध पुस्तके, ई शोध निबंध इत्यादी सुद्धा आपल्याला ऑनलाईन बघायला मिळतात. या डिजिटल सेवामुळे विद्यार्थ्यांना व संशोधकांना व शिक्षकांना अद्ययावत व दर्जेदार अशी माहिती वेळोवेळी मिळणे शक्य होते. पारंपरिक मुद्रित साहित्याबरोबर डिजिटल माहितीचा समन्वय असल्यामुळे हे ग्रंथालय खूप सुसज्ज आणि संशोधनभिमुख माहिती केंद्र म्हणून काम करते. तांत्रिक सेवा जसे बायोग्राफिकल शोध, इंटर लायब्ररी लोन, रेफरन्स सेवा आणि रिप्रोग्राफीमुळे वापरकर्त्यांना खूप सोयीचं आणि समृद्ध असं ग्रंथालय वाचकांना मिळतं. यामध्ये ग्रंथालय संशोधनासाठी आवश्यक असलेली विविध सेवा, कृषी प्रभा ई थिसिस पोर्टलद्वारे, कृषी कोर्स बूट या पोर्टलद्वारे विद्यापीठाच्या संशोधन प्रबंधाचा ऑनलाईन प्रवेश दिला जातो. याशिवाय शोधगंगा, विद्यानंदिनी, डिजिटल लायब्ररी, डिजिटल रिपॉझिटरी, सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी याद्वारे सुद्धा आपल्याला ऍक्सेस दिला जातो. निष्कर्ष आहे, पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषी विद्यापीठ हे विदर्भातील कृषी शिक्षण, संशोधन व शेतीविषयक ज्ञान प्रसाराचं एक माध्यम अकोला येथील मुख्य केंद्रासह नागपूर, गडचिरोली, यवतमाळ येथील उपकेंद्र असून संपूर्ण यंत्रणेच्या माध्यमातून कृषी शिक्षणाची व्यापक व्याप्ती साधते. विद्यापीठाच्या विविध महाविद्यालयात कृषी बागायती, वनशास्त्र, कृषी अभियांत्रिकी इत्यादी शाखांतील उच्च शिक्षण दिले जाते. तसेच कृषी संशोधन केंद्र, एक्सटेन्शन पब्लिकेशन्स विभागाच्या माध्यमातून नवतंत्रज्ञान व आधुनिक शेतीच्या पद्धती शेतकऱ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवल्या जातात. कृषी पत्रिका आणि कृषी संवादिनी या प्रकाशनाद्वारे तर प्रादेशिक पातळीवर शेती संबंधित माहितीचा प्रसार होतो. त्यामुळे विद्यापीठाच्या शेतकऱ्यांशी थेट संवाद स्थापून ग्रंथालयात एकूण 1,57,000हून अधिक पुस्तके, 9,113 शोध निबंध, 22 सीडी रोम्स डेटाबेस, तसेच कॅरावेली, एबिस्को, कृषीप्रभा आणि शोधगंगा यासारख्या जागतिक दर्जाच्या डेटाबेससाठी डिजिटल प्रवेश उपलब्ध आहेत. तसेच FOEच्या डिपॉझिटरी विभागामुळे जागतिक कृषी विषयक माहिती सहज उपलब्ध होते. विषयवार विभाग, संगणकीकृत प्रणाली, शांत वाचन व्यवस्था, विदर्भ साहित्य व दस्तऐवज वितरण सेवा यामुळे ग्रंथालय संशोधनासाठी खूपच आदर्श ठरले आहे. एकूणच डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषी विद्यापीठ आणि त्याचे ग्रंथालय हे विदर्भातील कृषी शिक्षण व संशोधनासाठी एक सशक्त, आधुनिक व गतिमान आधारस्तंभ आहे. ही त्या संदर्भात संदर्भ सूची तयार केली आहे. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद. Kindly upload your PPT. The person who belong to the Nepal. Hello. Hello. Who want to the next presentation? मैडम आपका पीपीटी रिमूव कर लो. वैशाली मैडम. Who want to the next presentation? Are you there? Who want to the next presentation? Dear participants, who want to do the next presentation?
Sir, may I?
Please continue. Upload your PPT.
Okay, sir. Laptop on minute. Sir, sorry, just a second, sir. Some technical error.
Open your PPT, go to the Zoom, click on the green button. The window desktop will be appear to you. And then in that window, you will see your PPT. Double click on
Sir,
that.
I have mobile, sir.
Okay, mobile. You do. Okay. Are you expertise to utilize that and upload to able to apply? Upload that at PPT.
Sir, just a second. I'll. Sir, sir.
Is this Pradnya Bapad? Please continue. Tamiz Tendal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a second, sir. I'll chat. Sir, yes, some network errors, sir.
You just open your
Shall I
video.
present next?
You open your video and directly read without PPT.
Okay, sir.
You have a printout of that your article. Who want to do the next presentation? Dear participants, who want to next PPT presentation? Are you there? Are you there? Dear participants, who want to do the PPT presentation?
हेलो हेलो
सर प्लीज कंटिन्यू, प्रेजेंटेशन कंटिन्यू करो आपका।
सर पीपीटी का प्रॉब्लम आ चुका है, मैं पीडीएफ पढ़ सकता हूँ सर?
नो प्रॉब्लम, ये ओरली प्रेजेंट किया तो भी चलेगा सर।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर। सर माय नेम इज गौतम खोरागड़े सर मैं नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी का स्टूडेंट हूँ सर, और माझे टॉपिक आहे साहित्याच्या ग्रंथसूचीत्मक अभ्यास, आणि माझे गाईड आहेत डॉक्टर सत्यप्रकाश निकोसे, ग्रंथालय आणि माहिती शास्त्र विभाग, RTM नागपूर विद्यापीठ. तर सारांश या लेखामध्ये सर्वात अगोदर प्रस्तावना घेतलेली आहे. तसेच ग्रंथसूची म्हणजे काय, ग्रंथसूचीची उत्पत्ती, विकास याबद्दल माहिती देण्यात आलेली आहे. तसेच ग्रंथसूचीची व्याख्या, आवश्यकता, ग्रंथसूची नियंत्रणाकरिता प्रमाणकाची आवश्यकता, भारतातील ग्रंथसूची विषयक कार्याचा आढावा, ग्रंथसूची नोंदीसाठी आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रमाणके, ग्रंथसूची विषयक नियंत्रणात संगणकीय मदत, निष्कर्ष याबद्दलची माहिती या लेखामध्ये दिलेली आहे. प्रस्तावना, वर्तमान काळात ग्रंथालय साहित्यात खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात वाढ झालेली आहे. अनेक विषयावर ग्रंथसूची प्रकाशित झाल्या आहेत. नवनवीन ग्रंथांची माहिती प्रत्येक अभ्यासापर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचा एकच मार्ग म्हणजे ग्रंथसूची होय. जर ग्रंथसूचीची संकल्पना ग्रंथालयात नसती तर माहितीचा शोध घेणे फार कठीण झाले असते. ग्रंथसूचीमध्ये अनेक प्रकारची ग्रंथसूची, ग्रंथालयाची सूची, लेखांची सूची, लेखकांची सूची, नियतकालिकांची सूची, ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध असलेल्या ग्रंथांची सूची, राष्ट्रीय ग्रंथालय सूची, स्थानीय ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध ग्रंथांची सूची, विषयानुसार विविध लेखांची सूची, लेखकांच्या नावाची सूची, शास्त्रज्ञांची सूची, स्थानीय संतांची सूची, ग्रंथालयांची सूची, प्रकाशकांनी प्रकाशित केलेल्या ग्रंथांची सूची, अशा प्रकारे निरनिराळ्या ग्रंथसूचीची साधने प्रकाशित झालेली असून सर्व सूचींच्या अभ्यास संशोधन कार्यात उपयोग होत आहे. ग्रंथसूचीवरून एका विषयावर किती ग्रंथ व मासिके व इतर साहित्य प्रकाशित झाले आहेत आणि ते साहित्य कोणत्या ठिकाणी कुठे किती उपलब्ध आहेत यांची माहिती मिळते. म्हणून ग्रंथसूची सेवेला फार महत्त्व दिले जात आहे. ग्रंथसूचीचा विकास. सुरुवातीला ग्रंथसूची विशेष करून प्रकाशकांनी प्रकाशित केलेल्या पुस्तकांची व्यापारिक सूची होती. तसेच ग्रंथालयात उपलब्ध असलेल्या पुस्तकांची सुद्धा सूची राहत होती. 16व्या शतकाच्या उत्तरार्धात ग्रंथसूचीचे दुसरे रूप समोर आले, जेव्हा क्षेत्रीय ग्रंथसूचीच्या संकलनाचे कार्य सुरू झाले. याला मिस कॅटलॉग या शब्दाने संबोधले जाऊ लागले. याच काळात गेस्नर यांनी विश्वातील महत्वपूर्ण प्रकाशकांची सूची तयार करण्याचा एक प्रयत्न केला होता. बिब्लिओथिका युनिव्हर्स हे प्रकाशन 1545 मध्ये झाले होते. 17व्या शतकात राष्ट्रीय ग्रंथसूचीचा विकास झाला होता. 17व्या शतकाच्या मध्यापर्यंत पासून पुस्तकांच्या सूचीमध्ये विवरणात्मक टिपण देण्याची पद्धत सुरू झाली आणि पुस्तकांची विषयवार सूची सुद्धा मोठ्या प्रमाणात प्रचलित झाली. 18व्या शतकाच्या सुरुवातीला समीक्षात्मक ग्रंथसूचीच्या संपादनाचे कार्य सुरू झाले. तसेच त्यांच्या मध्यभागापासून एकापेक्षा जास्त विषयांची संबंधित ग्रंथसूचीचे संपादन केले जाऊ लागले. 19व्या शतकाच्या शेवटी पत्रपत्रिकामध्ये प्रकाशित लेखांच्या सूचीच्या संपादनाचे कार्य प्रचलित झाले. 20व्या शतकात विषयवार ग्रंथसूची, ज्यात पुस्तके व पत्रपत्रिकात प्रकाशित लेख या दोघांचा समावेश होऊ लागला. ग्रंथसूचीचे प्रकार. ग्रंथसूचीचे असे 13 प्रकार सांगितलेले आहेत. जागतिक ग्रंथसूची, राष्ट्रीय ग्रंथसूची, लेखक ग्रंथसूची, विषय ग्रंथसूची, भाषिक ग्रंथसूची, भूप्रदेश ग्रंथसूची, व्यापारी ग्रंथसूची, ग्रंथसूची, वर्णनात्मक ग्रंथसूची, विश्लेषणात्मक आणि सटीक ग्रंथसूची, पाठभेददर्शक ग्रंथसूची, ग्रंथशास्त्र इतिहास अभ्यास ग्रंथसूची, शास्त्रशुद्ध ग्रंथसूची. सूचींच्या मांडणी करताना ज्या प्रकारची असेल त्याचप्रमाणे मांडणी केली जाते. ग्रंथसूची करताना त्यात लेखकाचे नाव, ग्रंथनाम, आवृत्ती, प्रकाशन वर्ष, ग्रंथ, बाह्यांग वर्णन, ग्रंथ एखाद्या मालेचे प्रसिद्ध झालेला असल्यास मालेसंबंधी माहिती दिली जाते. ग्रंथसूचीला कालमर्यादा असते. तसेच ग्रंथसूची कधीही पूर्ण नसते, कारण ती ज्यावेळी तयार होईल त्यानंतरच्या क्षणाला प्रसिद्ध झालेले साहित्य सूचीत समाविष्ट होऊ शकत नाही. ग्रंथसूची नियंत्रण. ग्रंथालय शास्त्र म्हणून जेव्हापासून उदयास आले साधारणतः तेव्हापासूनच ग्रंथसूची आणि ग्रंथसूची नियंत्रण अस्तित्वात आले. प्रत्येक ग्रंथ अभ्यासकाला आणि विशेषतः संशोधकाला आपण ज्या क्षेत्राच्या विषयावर संशोधन करीत आहोत त्या विषयावरील अद्ययावत सर्वच साहित्य मिळावे असे वाटत असते. आपले संशोधन अद्ययावत असावे, त्यात पुणेपणा राहू नये आणि नवनवीन ज्ञानांचे पैलू अभ्यासकापुढे वाचकापुढे यावेत अशी नैसर्गिक मानसिकता प्रत्येक संशोधकांची असते. त्याकरिता सर्व साधने तो पडताळून पाहत असतो, त्या साधनांचा मागोवा घेत असतो. अभ्यासक संशोधकांच्या पुढे अनेक अडचणी असतात. भाषांची, काळांची, भौगोलिक अंतरांचे, मानवी स्वभावांचे, आर्थिक परिस्थितीचे असे अनेक अडथळे असतात. पण मनाच्या कोपऱ्यात एक दुर्दम्य आशावादीही असतो की संशोधनाचं पूरक असे सर्व साहित्य एका विशिष्ट वेळेत विशिष्ट श्रमात मिळावे. हे सर्व साहित्य अद्यावतही असावे. आपले संशोधन अधुरे, एकाकी त्रुटी असलेले, वैगुण्यपूर्ण असू नये. आपले संशोधन वर्तमान स्थितीत आणि भविष्यातही मार्गदर्शनपर असावे असे वाटत असते. वर्तमानपत्र नियतकालिकात आलेले अभिप्राय काही प्रमाणात उपयुक्त ठरतात, पण अभिप्रायाला मर्यादा असतात. अभ्यासकांना ग्रंथांचे शारीरिक व अंगांचे पूर्ण दर्शन घडेल अशी वर्णनयुक्त यादी मिळाली तर केव्हाही आर्थिक उपयुक्त ठरते. अभ्यासकाला त्यांच्या विषयातील ग्रंथांची माहिती शास्त्रीय पद्धतीने पुरवणे हा ग्रंथसूचीचा मुख्य उद्देश असतो. ग्रंथसूची सिद्ध करताना ग्रंथनामाचे संकलन, ग्रंथवर्णन लिहून त्यांची तालिकापत्रे
आपका 10 मिनट
बनविणे
हो
व
गया
त्यांचा
है. Kindly
Okay,
jump
sir.
on
Yes,
your
sir.
conclusion. Other participant want to present the PPT.
Okay, sir. निष्कर्ष वर्तमान काळात दिवसेंदिवस साहित्यात वाढ होत असल्याने ग्रंथेतर व नियतकालिक इत्यादी साहित्यांचा शोध घ्यायचा असल्यास ग्रंथसूची हा सर्वोत्तम पर्याय आहे. व्यापक अर्थाने ग्रंथसूचीमध्ये उपलब्ध असलेली माहिती यामध्ये लेखक, प्रकाशक, मुद्रक तसेच विषय काळ किंवा देश यांच्याशी संबंधित ग्रंथ व इतर प्रकारचे दृकश्राव्य साहित्य याच बरोबर सर्व प्रकारचे प्रकाशित व अप्रकाशित साहित्य ज्यामध्ये ग्रंथ, नियतकालिके, पॉम्पलेट, साहित्य, साप्ताहिके, मासिके, वर्तमानपत्रे आणि त्या छापलेल्या रचनेचे पुनर्मुद्रण, नकाशा, मायक्रोफिल्म्स, साहित्य, हस्तलिखित ग्रंथसूची यांची सूची कोणत्याही एका उद्देशाने आणि अनुक्रमाने तयार केल्यास त्यांना ग्रंथसूची योग्य पर्याय राहू शकतो. संदर्भ सूची. थँक्यू सर.
Thank you for your PPT presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Who want to do
Okay,
next
sir, thank you.
presentation? Who want to the next presentation? Tamil Jendral. Is this available from Nepal? Tamiz Dendral. Tamiz Dendral. Please continue. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है आपकी? हेलो हेलो हेलो.
हाँ सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
हाँ, आपका पीपीटी रीड कर रहा हूँ आपका.
नहीं नहीं, मैं आज फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पर हूँ सर. मुझे उसके बारे में पता नहीं था, मैं सुन रही हूँ खाली.
ये कौन है? तमीज थेंड्राल कौन है?
पता नहीं सर. उनका माइक तो है शुरू, लेकिन आवाज नहीं आ रही शायद.
तमीज थेंड्राल, आर यू देयर? नेटवर्क इश्यू होगा, उनका तो अपलोड हुआ है.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible. Please continue.
Okay, sir. My screen is visible.
Visible. Please continue.
My name is Tamil Tendral. I'm a PhD scholar from Bharathasan Government College, Puducherry. My topic is the health benefits of fermented rice, a timeless tradition. Introduction. Traditional foods have long served as vital pillars of nutrition, cultures, and sustainability in human societies. Among those, fermented rice consumed under various local names across South and Southeast Asia. Fermented, one of the oldest method of food preservation, enhance the nutritional profile of rice by breaking down complex compounds and increasing the bioavailability of micronutrients such as iron, calcium, and B vitamins. It also introduces beneficial microorganisms, probiotics, which supports gut health and overall immunity. In the modern context, where lifestyle disease and nutritional deficiencies are increasingly prevalent, there is a growing interest in uh, rediscovering and validating traditional food practices. This study aims to analyze the approximate and micronutrient composition of fermented rice prepared with local ingredients, assess its health benefits based on community responses, and evaluate its relevance in today's dietary landscape. By bridging traditional wisdom with modern nutritional science, the research highlights how fermented rice can play a vital role in promoting public health while preserving cultural heritage. Methodology. Ingredient selection. Parboiled ponni rice 250 grams was selected for its traditional relevance. Curd, small onions, and green chilies were noted for dietary minutes. 750 grams of rice. After cooling, it was submerged in potable and fermented in the same pot at room temperature for 12 hours, relying on native microflora. Sample handling. Fermented samples were transferred to sterile at container and transferred to laboratory and hygienic temperature control conditions. Nutrient analysis. Proximate and micronutrient content including energy, protein, carbohydrate, fat, fiber, calcium, potassium, sodium, magnesium, vitamin E, and B, calories. Fat and carbohydrates 221.7 grams to 90.0 grams, likely due to microbial metabolism. Protein slightly decreased, possibly from microbial breakdown or aging. Fiber and micronutrients. Dietary fiber increased markedly 3.9 grams to 13.3 grams.
Your voice is not audible. Your range is very low. Have you finished your PPT? Have you finished your PPT? Your voice is breaking. Do you have
Please turn off
finished?
your video.
Have you finished your PPT? Okay. Who want to do the next presentation? Hello. Dear participants, who want to do the next presentation? किसको PPT present करना है क्या? Okay. It is time to wind up our international conference. Approximately 37 people have been presented the PPT, and approximately 118 people participated in our international conference. As per the conclusion, there are 37 people have presented the PPT, and approximately Scopus goes 87 articles, peer review approximately 58 articles. I would like to thank and congratulate all the participants for supporting one-day international conference organized by the Havel Institute Legal Studies. Thank you for that. Now I am winding up this international conference. I'm stopping this international conference video recording and Zoom meeting. Thank you for support Sri Wagmare Brothers Private Event Management Company, as well as for sending your valuable article for publication in UGC, Scopus, peer review and booking chapter. Thank you for, we will meet again in next conference in next month. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next one, we have a conference.